properly closing down, or was that just a scare?
Scam.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
All right.
Another club penguin.
Okay.
Everyone on roll 20?
Yep.
Ah.
Yep.
All right. I'm getting there. Anna.
I'm getting there. Give me a minute. I'm dying.
See.
Squanch.
Well, there she is.
What's everyone's favorite kind of cheese?
Don't really have one.
Goat cheese.
Fuck yeah.
Fucking love goat cheese.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that even comes close is ricotta.
Ooh, ricotta. Yep, that's my answer.
Can I freak people out?
You always do. What's up?
My favorite kind of cheese is blue.
That's not so bad.
Like a good gorgonzola is amazing.
Gross.
Yeah, if you have that, if you have blue cheese with something really spicy, it's usually good. Like
Oh
buffalo
yeah.
wings.
Oh hell yeah. Also, blue cheese works amazingly on a burger.
Yeah, it's not that bad. I still stand by my statement, though.
Yeah.
My cheese is better than your cheese.
What about a blue goat's cheese though?
No, that just fucks it all up.
Is that too much funk? Is that like getting to like Parliament
Yeah, it's too
Funkadelic
much
funk?
Yeah.
George, I think only George Clinton can handle that much funk.
Yeah. So that all aside, who wants to do recap? I imagine? Question mark?
No, I do the recap. I was just waiting for you guys to finish dreaming about cheese, apparently. So
Write your own favorite kind of cheese in the comments.
This ain't going to be in the recording.
Good.
So, our band of adventurers, the Talaria, are now preparing for the next leg of their journey, acquiring a ship and making their way to the pirate city of Mari Liberi, hoping to get there before the rabid hounds have to uphold their end of a bargain to bring somebody from Galero into their domain. It began as you had made your way into Port Honor, making a beeline straight for the Mermaid and within it the murky depths. There you had reunited with your old crew, for some of you anyway. Through your conversation you had discovered that in order to save his ship, Captain Orant had to make a deal with an Owain Stefan, who wanted to more or less speak with the Crow's Nest captain for a deal which would give the various crews access to Celestine, but with the added risk of pissing off the arguably strongest military power on Karmora. Seeing this as a risky and ill-advised idea, you had hatched a plan with the Rabid Hounds. They would make use of the time that they have in their contract to stall and delay, while you went on ahead and either prepared the city for this arrival, or have one of the Crow's Nest captains meet them part way, hopefully ensuring that Mari Liberi's location is kept a secret. As such, you hatched a plan on what to do the following day to find a ship, to find a crew, and finish off any other little bits of business that you have. And so, with arrangements made, agreements made, you rested in the Mermaid for your first night in civilization in a long time. And that is where we left off. So, at this point, you're all awake and you're all eating your meal in the mermaid. Despite the mermaid's look, the food is rather filling, though compared to the murky depths, it is rather generic to keep up the facade.
Yep. And that's the case. Who all is here? Is it everyone?
I would assume everyone, yeah.
Okay, so Fur's here.
Yep.
Okay. Mev is eating quite quickly. Doesn't look like she's gonna spend a lot of time on it. She looks to Aki. So, when do you think the thing is going to be open? The company.
Outpost should usually be open sometime. Well, it usually follows whenever the ships are around, so I presume What time of day is it now, Tom?
It's the morning.
Yeah, but what time of morning?
It's like 7 or 8.
Yeah, give or take, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Aki says, in that case, probably will be open before, in between dawn and midday, so...
You don't
Probably
know
about-
your own company's work hours?
No, I do, but it changes as and when the situation requires. It probably will be open around 9 o'clock.
Okay. Mev does not look too pleased with that answer of like, it might be open. Yeah, it's franchise, we don't know what they do. She'll turn her attention to Havelock. When are you leaving?
As soon as we're done eating. Kindling, did you want to go with me?
I don't think he even knows what you're doing.
I don't think that matters too much.
Hmm? See?
We're just
Where are you
going
going?
to find some old friends of mine. Alright, so after we're done eating, I'm taking Kindling and we're headed off.
Alright, sounds good. How long do you imagine this thing is going to take, Aki?
Well, I don't know. Depends how long the negotiations go on for. Not too long, though.
Right. Fodder, I'm not sure if you have anything to do today, but whenever I get back from this, hopefully sometime afternoon, we're going to head to Olivia's.
Got it. Only plan I had is, there any smitheries nearby?
Oh, yeah. There's actually one just across the way, the Hammer and Anvil.
Do you think they do lances?
I mean, I know they specialize in ship stuff. Everyone in this area does.
From your own knowledge, they might, given that they might not always be servicing ships, they might be serving the Zamhar military, who they have cavalry, so...
Yeah.
There's a slim chance they'll have some, but you know that they could probably be ordered.
Yeah. If they don't, they can probably be ordered, or they'll send you to someone else in the trifecta.
Good. I want to get one. Just I have an idea. if Kurz is willing.
No idea.
Well, I've seen what what they can do with lances on horses. Imagine if just sort of like puts her hand in, like moves her hand in a way where it's like finishing the sentence without actually saying it.
You want to treat him like cavalry.
Yeah,
that the right
yeah.
word?
My own unique cavalry. See if he's willing to see how he likes it.
Okay.
It'd be better than my spear.
You sure you'll be good by yourself? Need someone with you?
If it's not too far away, I think I'll be fine.
It's literally just, I mean, from the map, I don't know how much we can gauge distance, but it literally looks like it's across the street.
Yeah, there is a little bit of spacing, as I say, because the map would be absolutely huge if I did.
Yeah.
I would say just for the simplicity's sake, it's right by where the docks begin.
If you go to the docks, there's like a line of like houses and shops.
Mhm.
You'll see it pretty easily. There's a big fuck off sign.
Gotcha. Do they let you do fishing at the docks?
I'm sure that there are some areas where they let you fish, right?
Yeah, and one of the harbour masters tends to do a little bit of fishing when he's not working.
They let you fish, though in some places you have to pay. God. Sorry, I'm looking through my notes. For which one that is.
In the...
Is that Moss?
Yes.
Okay. If you look for, Mossbeard, he's this, little old gnome. He might let you fish with him.
Okay, alright, yeah, I can do that. I'll do that till the afternoon, or if I'm not back in time, that's where I'll be, but I'll try to keep track of time.
No problem. If you're late, I'll just come looking for you. I have to wait for, Havelock anyways. He's supposed to come with.
Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna go far, so...
Yeah, Mev nods and finishes up her food. Everyone know what the plan is?
Indeed. Now just
Yeah.
set up holding everyone's end.
I'm sorry, repeat that, Ed.
Yeah, Aki says, indeed, now it's all about holding up everyone's end.
Yeah, okay. Mev scans all of them, just like, if you're sure you've got it. He looks a little nervous. When she nods, gets up. Alright, whenever you're ready, Aki.
Aki says, alright, let me finish eating this and then give me 20 minutes, please.
She raises a brow, but nods. She's gonna go get her stuff.
Okay, so Aki's gonna take this 20 minutes to basically neaten himself up. I'm gonna... Tom, can I roll a quick dexterity check to see how well Aki does shaving?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, he's looking neat.
Yeah, it's decent enough. I don't need to
Okay.
roll slashing damage. Bit unfortunate.
Yeah, so... Yeah, shaving check. And so, yeah, Aki will get out will get out probably the nicest shirt he has, and he hasn't worn it for a long time, but a sort of burgundy-coloured doublet with gold
Oh god,
inlays
the doublet. Yeah,
in the
okay.
shape of plants and trees and vines. And he ties his hair back into a ponytail, and he goes back downstairs.
Okay. Um. Mev. I'm thinking. Okay. Mev is there waiting for you, and she looks you over. Ah, glad one of us has appropriate clothes.
Well, I suppose that if I'm to go there as the head of the company and make some fairly outlandish requests, I should at least look somewhat decent and presentable.
She looks at herself. I have nicer clothes, but whatever I wear would probably scare them off.
How so?
They're just very... She pulls her shoulder, like, as though she's not quite sure how to say it.
Okay. He says, so I'm guessing, well, it's formal, it's not quite business dress.
Let's go with that.
Right. I think you look fine enough in what you're wearing.
I hope so. I don't think this is, terrible. I wouldn't go around in anything hideous. In fact, for me, and she turns herself a little bit, like almost mock examining herself. You're familiar with this. It's the kind of off the shoulder lemony orange top with like a black corset and everything, big leather boots. It's very traditionally seafaring pirate,
Mm-hmm.
And she says, for me, this is my business attire.
Well, then it's perfect for the business we need to conduct. After all, we are trying to gain the services of a vessel here, aren't we? And
I suppose.
And so dressed as a seafarer is the perfect dress one should have.
If you don't think this is a red flag.
No, it won't be Mandela.
Yeah, she nods. She will push open the door and head out.
Yeah, Aki will follow suit.
You hear for call out. Good luck, you two.
Thank you.
We'll fucking need it.
You'll be fine. Alrighty. And I assume roughly around this time, have looking and you two set off.
Yeah.
For also, just yourself. Good luck.
Thank you, Fat.
That was to have luck and kindling.
Yeah, there's their leaving.
Alrighty, if that's the case, if you're both heading out in the same area, who wants to go first with their little adventure?
We're rolling a die.
You can roll a dice, yeah?
Sure.
Alright.
Just a d20.
I'll roll.
D20, the highest roll.
Oh,
Oof.
alright. I have lock and killing first.
I would like to resend my dice. My throat hurts.
Oh my god, Anna.
Yes.
You're going to have to talk anyways. Come on.
Alright, Nate, you ready to get the shit on the road?
Also, you shouldn't have rolled if you weren't going to talk.
I mean, we already have one person who's typing. You could always just double type. Although that would be hilariously silent.
Freaking.
I mean, I can always read it out.
I would read it out, but last time we did that, it turned into a big fucking meme.
Nate, you can't be angry with that one. It's not wasting time.
Oh my god.
Alrighty. So, have luck and kindling.
Aye.
Where are you heading to?
Where's the fucking bit on the map?
I hope you know, sweetie, because I haven't seen anything in the doc for this.
Neither have I. I'm trying to make a general judgment based on what we can see on the map.
You can just ask Tom.
I'm right
Aw.
here.
Help me out. Which direction should I be working towards?
So, in regards to, let me just re-look at what you said here. That one or that one? So it's either this one or this one. Direction of the Ironhide Foundry or direction of the Bilge Rot?
Alright, I'm gonna take us more towards the bill trot first.
Okie dokie.
Oh no. Oh,
Yeah, honey.
and go ahead. I just know.
Yeah, you just know. What do you know?
Yeah. If you read the Port Honor doc, you'd know what I'm cackling about.
If you know, you know. Okay. So, you make your way over to the Bilge Rot. It's in a nice, secluded space, just a little distance near Honor's Lighthouse. The first thing that you notice about the building is that it is small. It is, compared to the two of you, it is very small. You can, from looks of things, fit in, but it's essentially the equivalent of when Gandalf went into Bilbo's house. It is a 2-story building. I'm pretty sure, did I write that down on there? I might not write that down at that, but if I didn't, then so saith I. Yep. It is a 2-story building made of heavily weathered stone and a few rotten planks of wood. The wooden sign is dangling by a single chain. Rather fittingly, the sign itself is also partially rotting due to the elements. But there is sounds of talk and the smashing of glass here and there from within the door, from within the building.
You ready for this, kindling? You think? Okay, you know what? Sometimes it's better than no times. I should probably ask this before we step in here. How are you with rats? I don't know. Most people don't like rats. Alright, okay, that's good. Good enough. Just stick close, buddy, and Havelock's gonna slap him on the back, heading inside.
All right. So you head inside the for
Knock your
you
head.
for you and Kindling cramped interior of the build drop. The inside is actually somewhat similar to the mermaid, if smaller. The wooden planks are stained, with some having been completely ripped off from the floor. The tables are somewhat scuffed and damaged. The most notable thing is the clientele are all the races that are on the shorter side. Gnomes, halflings. You see a few rabbit folk here and there. And a few rat folk. As two of you step in, some of the patrons sort of like start yelling out and saying stuff like, "Hey, look at that! Tall people must be coming in the wrong place! Or watch your head!"
Ha 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 ha. Maybe I want you to eat my fucking knees.
No, I mean, I can do that if you want.
Havelock seems to ponder that for at least a second. Fuck you.
Fuck you too. Alright. So, I assume you're heading to the bar?
Yeah.
Alrighty. You make your way, having to duck under the occasional rafter here and there. But eventually you arrive where you can see another rat folk on the other side of the counter. His brown fur is matted and a bit grimy. He's wearing just a simple red cloak, but you can see sort of like to his left he's got a satchel of various things within it, though you can't visually see it. You have like, you know what's probably in there.
Yeah. Havelock's gonna tap on the bar a couple of times.
Yes? You're very tall, but also... you're familiar. You I don't know, points to Kindling, but you...
Just sort of like claws at his head a few times, like trying to think.
Fuck it, what's your name again?
Havelock.
Ah, right. It's all coming back to me now, unfortunately. Yes, hello, Havelock. I had
Sort of like looks around and sort of like leans in.
I heard that your ship had met a spot of bother.
Some lived, some died. You know the way it goes. How's the wife? How's your kids? I think she was expecting 2 more the last time I came around.
Who the fuck told you that?
Oh, don't you know I know everything around here?
You're trying to take my job, aren't you? You're trying to take my job.
I'm the informant around here, not you.
I know that. You're closer to the ground, you get the good information, nobody pays attention to you. That's why I'm here. I need your help.
Yes?
Me and my close friend here in Havelock puts his arm around Kindling, yanking him in close. We're gonna need some crew. Trustworthy. Ones who know not to talk.
Ah, I see, yes, it would make sense if the rumors are true that you'd need more. How many crew are we talking here?
Decent handful. Enough to get by on a small ship.
How small of a ship we're talking about here? Look, if you're not, if you,
sized, listen.
look,
Listen.
if you're not
Father
too,
needs to get a ship away, something close enough for a merchant ship. You don't want to disappoint him, do you?
He sort of like looks at you, sort of like while still pondering.
See, that's interesting. I heard a rumor that your father was on the ship still, so to speak. Word travels around our circles. Ah, but who am I kidding? None of my business. Ah. I can probably rope a few people in. I know a few, some that work here, some that are a bit down on the luck, wouldn't mind some extra coin if it means that they have to keep their mouth shut. I will need some time, though, to 1, get them together, 2, find their asking price, and 3, figure out just how many that you need. I doubt that you or your father would want me to overload your ship with crew that can't work.
Well, that is true. If you gather too many, I could just send the rest of them home. It's not that much of an issue.
I'm doing you a favor here, because after all, I will need to ask for a finder's fee.
And the finder's fee of knowing your family's gonna stay safe isn't enough?
Make an intimidation check.
Oh god, they changed the look of things. Ah. Havelock!
6. Though with the reputation stuff, he slightly pulls back a little bit, but like his expression is still the same.
I suppose I wouldn't want to piss you off that much. However, if you're coming to me, you really do need help. So how about I lessen the finder's fee?
And what's your finder's fee this time?
Normally I would charge 8 silver per crew. How about we bring it down to 4 per crew?
Quite frankly,
And I won't ask for the finder's fee until you say exactly how much crew that you want. I could go and find several crew members and demand a fee for all of them, even if you send them away. I'm being rather merciful here.
Havelock takes a second, kind of glances over at Kindling. As Nate is typing, I see you, Nate, type.
Did we ever get the rat folk name?
No.
Nope.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
Interesting though that he has some.
That he has what, hon?
That he has some of the information he does.
Halflock is gonna take that platinum back. No, 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 no. See, you remember our chef, right? The weird concoctions of foods that he would bring in every once in a while, the recipes.
Vaguely. I haven't seen him in a while.
My friend Kindling here happens to be our new chef. You want to know what his specialty is? I mean, he's a cat. I'm sure you can understand already where this is going. I don't think you're being generous enough.
Make another intimidation check.
Can I have advantage because Kindling's here?
Kindling, what, do you do anything to sort of make yourself more imposing, I guess? Or do you do anything at all?
Do a little dance.
You could just yawn. It'd work.
So the teeth. Oh my god, how fuck.
Yeah, you can make the intimidation with advantage.
18!
Yes!
Kindling! Red men scare the rats.
Well, 2 silver per crew, but you give it me after you decide how many you want?
Make it 1 silver for 2 people.
You're really pulling at my leg here.
Do you think it tastes good with a curry? He asked Kindling.
One per person.
That's much better. So I'll make the trip back later on tonight and get back to you on how many we need. I'd start looking now. We're in a rush.
How soon?
Within 2 days.
2 days. Some of them won't be available. I'll look.
Oh, and I should add, you've got competition that works slightly faster than you. Chop chop.
Wait, who is this competition?
You'd have to pay to find out, and I'm sure you don't have the coin for that.
Fine. Fine. A challenge then.
Do you do anything else, or are you just gonna leave the bill dropped?
Gonna reach him out, give him a pat on the head, and start walking away.
What's your passive perception?
That would be a 13.
Okay. Alrighty. So, you leave the bill dropped. Hey, good to know, Kindling. So, you leave the bill dropped. I guess the question is, do you want to continue on with your second area, or do you want to swap over?
Peach, what would you like to do?
We could roll again.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
Okay.
That's a good to know. That's a natural one out the way.
alrighty. Alrighty. So, Mevanaki,
Yep.
you both know where the trade house is. Aki simply because it's where you do your business, and Mev
Yeah.
because you've been here for a while. It's
I
similar
live
to
here.
Yep. The the trade house is similar to the one in Empire, though not nearly as ornate. Any marble that's used for is just replaced with typical granite. But it's roughly the same kind of structure and everything. Inside, it's actually relatively quiet. You can see there's a few clerks that are standing by, waiting. A few individuals are sort of in hushed conversation with some of them, whereas there's others sort of, you see one that goes through a side door.
Where exactly are we in town?
You would roughly be using your icon here, roughly around here. Sort of
Oh,
right
so this
in,
is still in the harbor district. Okay.
yeah. You're not like at the very very edge of the waterfront, but like if you look through like the gap in the
It
the houses,
I
you can
would
see
say
it.
we're at the very end of like what is considered like the military harbor, and then the like merchant slash pirate harbor.
Yeah.
We're like right in between. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, continue.
So, so the two of you just kind of stand there for a few minutes before you hear one of the clerks say, "Yes, hello. Are the two of you in need of assistance?"
In which case, Aki will walk forward and say, "Yes, my name is Chris Aventori, son of Ignatius Aventori. I wish to discuss business as to the Aventori Trading Syndicate."
Of course. I assume you have a representative here.
Yes, we do.
Right. I will go fetch him. Please wait here for a few minutes. So like
you very
gets
kindly.
up and quickly heads through one of the side doors.
Representative?
Yes. Well, the way the business usually works is we have people here who work in who their position is to fulfill the business of a particular company or guild or trading association, and most major cities will have a posting of a trading company of sorts. They would vary in size, of course, depending on how close it is to their home region or just the general size of the organization. But yes, the Aventores have one or two around. We had one in Port Amber, after all.
So it's like an embassy.
Of sorts, yes, but instead of dealing with political and diplomatic issues, it's purely business.
Yeah, Mev non seems it's fairly simple to get her head around. There's someone in place here that speaks for you and works for you.
Yeah.
Okay. A few minutes later, one of the side doors opens, and the clerk comes out alongside with another individual. It's a male gnome. Looks to be in about his mid-30s. He's thin, with his attire being a frilled like shirt and cotton pants. His brown hair is unkept and is sort of like hanging over his brow. As he just
again quickly.
a frilled shirt, so like frills around the chest and the arms, the wrists area, and just some cotton pants and such.
Yes, you must be the company representative.
Hey, Tori Otari. Nice to meet your acquaintance. Yeah, come on, copy and paste. Work for me here. There we go.
Tori Atari.
Okay. Aki says, Akris Gavin-Torre, delighted to meet yours and to make yours in kind. And takes a hand out.
All right, nice to meet you, boss. Just gives you a firm handshake.
Now, I do have some private matter to discuss in relation to our presence here in Port Honor. Is there a private room or chamber that we could conduct business with?
There's private rooms here. What about the missus here? Is she with you, or is she someone else?
No, yes, she is with me. She's my associate.
Okay, the way you worded that there, it made it sound like she wasn't, but then you said yes.
Mev smiles and she holds out her hand. Nevaletta Gatlin. I'm signed to Akris Gavin-Torre. So yes, I am an associate.
Of course, just bows, just shakes your hand and also bows to say, as I said, my name is Tori Otari. I am representative of the Aventori company here in Port Honor. Private rooms. So like looks over to the to one of the clerks. Hey Val! Yeah? We got any of them private rooms still? Got plenty of them. No one's fucking here. Right. Can I just take one? Sure, I guess. Just make sure it's locked. You mean make sure it's locked when I'm in? Yeah, you fucking dumbass. All right. Jeez. You know your coffee today, have you? Fuck you. He's not. He gets cranky when he don't have his coffee. Right. Let's.
That's not sailor's water. She grins.
Right. So he leads you back the way he came in. You just go down a simple corridor.
During the walk, Aki
Yes.
will get close to Mev, to like whisper, like walking side by side with her. And Aki just says, "Are you sure it was a good idea to use your real name?"
It's not a big deal, at least in verbal terms here.
Okay, I was just... See, that was the cause of my hesitation when introducing you. I wasn't sure if your surname or your surname or your name itself would carry too much weight here.
With these guys, probably not.
Right. So I suppose it's good to know at least the Nintenneedle aren't unknown but not notorious.
More so, they don't care to remember our names. To them, we are simply the nymphs.
Right. In that case, I suppose their ignorance and uninterest can be used to your advantage.
She nods.
Tori just sort of like clears his throat out, just having a door open, just appreciate a little conversation here, but might want to get in here before it's someone takes it.
You're too kind, Mr. Autori. Thank you.
Merv walks in.
He closes the door and locks it. It's just like,
Right.
oh, good. Got one of the good ones. There is wear and tear in this room, but it's it's decent enough. There's still like some comfy chairs, a table, a desk at the side, a few books. Though they're all just sort of like of random topics. So he just sort of like sits down at one of the at the desk, just rummages around a bit and finds some rather beat up parchment, ink and quill, and then takes it over to the chairs and table where the two of you are.
Right. So, what is it that you need, boss? Profit margins, state of the company. No, bringing some impending doom upon us or something like that. Come on, just stop me when I go through the categories, or just let me know.
No, it's nothing of the sort. I'm not about to suddenly announce that the company is closing and everyone's destitute. So you can rest easy on that one. First of all, I have been away from home for a while. How was the old company doing?
Profits are up in Empire from what I've heard. Profits here, same old. Most of the stuff that we get is from RSR, which is, it's great and all, but not much to branch out, We're doing okay.
Alright, good to hear. Now, I was after, in terms of my own personal business, I have been making dealings and setting out contracts to the company for my own, for my assistance as one of the nominal chief executives. And so, to fulfill certain contracts I've made out to Miss Gatlin here, as well as others, I require a certain a stipend from the company coffers, if possible.
I mean, it's possible. Per the company policy, we do, keep some funds locked away in case shit goes south. So we can always dip into that. And we've got some coin. We still got some coin left over from our previous contract sent out for merchants. So how much we talking here?
I would need 1,400 gold.
Hell's beyond.
1,400 gold. Yes, the people I have been traveling with and conducting business with, they're not simple, humble sellswords. They're trained experts, the best of the business. Miss Gatlin here among them. Their presence, their company, and their skills demand a high premium.
I'm not arguing against their skill, boss. But that's 1,400 fucking gold.
Merv smiles. It's quite a big chunk.
It is a big chunk. That will completely wipe out what we have left after our previous contract bookings, which is fine. And then that does start to cut into our rainy day fund. We can accommodate that, but it is going to cut into profits.
All right. Perhaps we may be able to make this easier. Is there any maintenance or any sort of creature comforts that you think are lacking in our branch down here, that perhaps I might be able to put in a word back into headquarters over in Eladan and procure for you?
Well, leans back and thinks, or looks around the room itself.
After all, you need a fresh lick of paint, some new upholstery.
Oh,
some-
I don't give a shit about this room. Honestly, it's just ooh, it'd be really nice for us to have our own little office area like they do in Embar, where I can fill it with all the stuff that I want to put in there.
You want your own space?
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do. Just next quarter, do not be surprised if there's suddenly a increased dividend sent from head office.
Okay, well, so long as you're fine with a drop in profits next quarter. Because I'm going to be honest with you, boss, this is going to hit the profits.
Well, there's a possibility of the endeavors that I've been taking an enterprise on will increase profits by several magnitudes.
I'm not like disagreeing. Like, you're the boss. If you say, like, if you were to say, like, close everything down, we do it. I'm just making you aware. That's all.
It's
Isn't
alright
it troublesome, though? That 1,400 gold would put you so down. You said things that are okay, but it sounds like things are testy.
When I say things are okay, I mean we're not losing money, but we're certainly not gaining much of it. And
It's enough to keep you afloat.
Yeah, basically. This won't ruin the company. I mean, as I say, we've already done our contracts. We're just waiting for ships to come on in, from the latest trade to give us, our share of the profits.
She nods, looks at Aki. I think they need more than their own space. Actually come here and help them so that they're not just surviving.
Yes, I agree. Mr. Altari, in your opinion, what do you think would be the necessary steps in order to improve profits and the general health of this branch of the business?
We're limited by who wants to trade here and where. We're the closest port to Arazar out of the three main ports of Karmora. So we're kind of limited because everyone wants to go to Embar. It's capital. It's where the most profits made. I don't think there's a whole lot we can do about that, if I'm honest with you.
Who do you sell to?
Just various traders and merchants and such.
Do you sell to the lower sides?
Can you say that again? I didn't quite hear that.
The lower sides. Things west.
One second, I need to turn you down a little bit because your Discord's having a moment because I didn't quite hear you there.
Okay.
Try saying that again.
Things west of town, like the is it the Venrins that have like the little guild?
I need to remind myself here on that one. I don't fully remember.
So sorry, Nate.
It's the Ironhide.
Right.
Okay. So.
I mean, we do sell to them.
There's a lot of people that come here from that side of town. Lots of people that are limited in who they can buy from. There's a niche there that you could hit.
Okay, all right. That's
Yes, correct.
it's a fort. It's definitely a fort there.
As for trade elsewhere, I can't help you there, but there are small pockets here that you can take advantage of.
I guess that's if that's the case, and thank you, miss. I guess on top of that, then company's probably going to need to have a look at an assessment on like demands and such. Did one years ago, but obviously times change. See if there's anything that they might be able to move over to Port Honor.
Yes.
It's a good idea. You're very clever.
That's why I got the job. But thank you.
Yeah, she smiles.
And Aki says, "Now I hope you can see why she will cry such a high premium."
I'm again. I never doubted the pricing of it. It's just, again, it's a lot of
It's going to
gold.
be hard for you.
It's gonna take me some time. I'm gonna need to I'm gonna need to take stock, and there's gonna be a lot of paperwork. But I can get it to. But I can probably get the gold to you by this afternoon, probably.
She looks at Aki. We're already asking, going to be asking for something big.
Oh no!
I don't want to put these people in more dire straits.
Yes, frankly, I didn't realize the situation that the branch of our company was having down here.
I recommend. Oh, you can continue.
I mean, I'm willing to hear it out.
I would recommend, and obviously the party may have some grievance with this, but get half. Let me just remind myself what half of that is.
1,400.
Yes, 700. Obviously, there would be an accrued amount as time goes on, but that may sate people for a while.
Yes.
Does 700 sound more doable?
I mean, the 1400's doable as well. As I say, it's just the Warriors just couldn't get into the rainy day fund, but it's there for situations that's needed. But I couldn't help it over here. You said something bigger.
Fortunately, yes.
Okay, what is it?
Do you happen to have any merchant vessels currently in dock and without contract?
As in that we own, or do I know any ships that are currently in dock?
Let's just start with the one that the company owns.
No, we don't own ships here in Port Honor. We simply contract them out. I know of some ships that are here without contract, but not ones owned by us.
All right. So that's a start. Like who?
There's a few ships that I know that are sort of on the way here. The messenger lugger Eris set out this morning to advise them that the docks are now clear because there's not enough space for them all to be here alongside the Third Fleet. But they could be several days off, because they like to have a lot of distance. Any that are actually like currently in dock right now, right this second. There's one called the Bulldog, but that's currently in dry dock, so don't know how soon you have with that one. The other one is called... What was it called? It was called... The Algos. That was it. That one... Apparently that brought survivors from a ship that got destroyed recently. But...
Her morale froze.
Yeah, it's kind of old news, but I assume if you're visiting us, you've not been here long. Ship got taken out by something that got stolen, and Third Fleet went after it. The Algos has been given the all clear, from what I've heard, to do stuff. I've heard that there's some people there that are willing to offer contracts, but the captain's been pretty quiet.
they've got the guy representative for the captain right now, I assume, because I can't imagine what it's like seeing, people in the water when after a shipwreck.
She, you hear a inhale from Mev, as that is mentioned.
Oh, I'm, because I imagine it wasn't subtle.
Yeah, no, it's almost like she winced.
I
What particular
am
bit?
so sorry.
No, you're fine. Are there any other ships that are unoccupied, uncontracted right now? Those two may not be the best. They seem to have their own troubles going on.
I can have a look. Just sort of like pulls out a little book and starts flipping through it. Ed did ask like, what bit was it where you sort of winced at?
Oh, seeing people in the water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So, these are all within the next few days, possibly. There's a clipper called Tidal. There's a small brig called Excellent, and there's a palaka called Condor. But I don't know how long they're going to be. They are anchored a fair distance away. We only got this from the message logger, which really damn fast ship, but can't give us a time frame on how long it takes. So realistically, you're looking at either the Bulldog or the Algos.
What was the third boat you mentioned, by the way?
Condor.
What kind of ship was it again?
A Palaka. Polacca.
Condor.
I imagine Mev doesn't have a lot of experience with contracted ships. With these contracts, do they come with people already?
So with that, it would depend on what's negotiated, basically.
No, I'm asking, do I have the choice to not have people?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't have to worry about if I got this ship that I'd bring people along, like from the Argos, who clearly were just attacked and have some kind of problem with pirates.
Yeah, you can choose to forego like the crew if you're deciding to supply your own crew.
Right. Okay. Thank you. All right. So this Argos.
Pretty decent ship. It's actually I think it's also a Palaka. So fast ship, rather small. Not got a whole lot of firepower on it, so you might want to outrun if you run into trouble. I don't know the particulars about it, but I know who's currently doing the dealings for contracts in the as opposed to the Captain Bali, I think his name is. But I know who's sort of being their representative.
And who would that be?
It is a gentleman called Arjun. He's apparently he's just a regular member of the crew, but they trust him. So I can probably get a runner to quickly bring him here if you like. If it's urgent.
Seems like our best option, really.
Alrighty.
Do.
If you want me to get that now, then just give me about 10-15 minutes.
Right.
All right.
Not the problem.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. I'll, he just like quickly heads to the door, unlocks it. If you can just, on the parchment, put in writing on how much specifically that you need from us for your payments on there. We'll use that later for any negotiation stuff. I'll sit in as a representative of the Aventori company if money has to change hands, right?
All right. Thank you.
Okay. He sort of unlocks the door and then closes it.
How the fuck do you spell Blanca?
Blocker.
Blanca, whatever the fuck that ship was called.
Polacca.
Thank you. I was like, how the fuck is this fucking... Okay.
Yeah, it's yeah, and it's that is the ship type.
Okay. Yep.
All right. So, would you want to continue your bit or swap back over to team crew?
Should we roll again?
Go on then.
Okay.
It's fun. What are we gonna get?
Oh,
Hey, it's us again.
Team
Thank
ship.
you.
Okay. Team ship with the 2 characters that are shipped.
Oh my god. Fucking gag me with a rusty spoon.
I don't think that's possible.
The way I fucking cringed.
Alrighty. So, thank you, Kindling. I'm glad someone appreciates my bad joke.
Terrible. Alright.
Okie dokie. So, about 20 minutes pass as the two of you just make quiet conversation. Until there's a knock at the door. Door opens and Tori just sticks his head in. Oh, good, you're still here.
Of course,
I've got
welcome,
a...
Libby.
Well, you know, I might have just decided to walk off or do anything. I have the representative here. So just opens the door and Tori walks in along with another individual. Brad, would you like to describe your character?
So, you see a half-elf walk into the room. He's got this curly brown hair, and one eye is green, the other is orange, sort of. It's like a sort of dusky orange color. Kind of aquiline features, like he's pretty fit, pretty like wiry, kind of like a workman's sort of scrappy build to him. And he is wearing a series of whites and browns and like sort of fall colors, like oranges and reds. Classic sailor's garb. Number of like belts and buckles and stuff like that. Rapier at his hip and several daggers on the back of his at the back of his belt and on his leg. There is a like brass telescope that is hanging from a chain on his neck. And when he walks in with this like sort of stiff but professional stride, with his hands crossed behind the small of his back. And he looks at Krisk first, and he dwells on him briefly. Then he looks at Mev, and he squints just a tiny bit, but it's very brief. His hand comes out from behind his back, and he holds it out to the two of you. Arjun Siderian, it's a pleasure to meet the both of you. I hear you're looking for help.
Yes, we are indeed, and I believe you're the man. And I believe you're the man to do it. Aki does stand up and goes, "Akriska Ventore, pleasure to meet you," and extends a hand.
He nods. Holds his hand out to Mev.
Mev stands up, fixes her clothes, and she takes his hand, shakes it firmly. Mevaler.
Shakes her hand.
Brad, I'm gonna need you to spell your name, please.
Hang on.
Not Brad, your character name.
Yeah.
I'd also like to insight that little squint he gave.
Yeah, go for it. You actually, he's hiding it quite well, but you can see that it's not recognition. It was more of a curiosity in his eyes, kind of like he came in here expecting like a merchant that was hiring out a merchant ship, and then when you were next to him, he was just like, "What the fuck's this all about?" Neat.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Do you have a picture of this guy? You, like, put in art stuff?
I don't know if I can do this the way that I normally would. Let me see.
Oh,
I
he's
can't
on the
Shift Z
screen.
anymore. I
Again.
can't Shift Z anymore. That's too bad. All right, hang on. Let me just go get a picture real
Tom
quick.
could probably do it.
Like I have the picture. I just
Yeah.
I'm used to being able to you know,
Pop it out.
get it out there. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if I can do it.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure this was made with AI art, but I don't care.
Listen, it's AI, so you could steal it.
Yeah.
Them's the rules. It has no copyright.
Yeah, I mean,
squared box.
Okay.
Boy.
Ooh, he's handsome.
Cute.
And it's green and orange. Hold on, let me make sure I've got that. I have blue.
Yeah.
Hold on. Thank you. Yeah. Grant.
Oh my god.
What?
Nate?
I mean, he's not wrong.
Hmm? Hmm?
So, would you mind getting me up to speed on what exactly we're discussing here for what business that we are to conduct together?
Mrs. Siderian, we heard that your ship had recently returned to Port Honor, and we were looking to see if we would be able to contract it to our own for ourselves.
Okay. How long do you intend to take it out for?
Mevla?
At the most 3 months, depending on how the seas are.
And where are you headed?
She thinks about this. Towards the Enta.
All right, and what route?
We
I ask this
haven't.
largely to gauge the danger to the ship itself. We don't want to risk another. He pauses. Well, it depends. We are willing to risk some things, but it depends on the payment, of course.
The route hasn't been quite decided, but we are going past the Coral Shield.
He nods. Seems like that's kind of solidified more of a decision in his mind. He looks over at the representative that brought him in and he says, I believe we're going to be needing this job. It sounds to me like it's quite doable.
Alrighty. What's the initial price we're talking here?
I suppose that depends on what they're selling.
Tori just looks over at the two of you.
We're not selling anything. We need transportation.
Ah, I see.
She looks him up and down. Is this your ship specifically?
No, simply a member of the crew in a way that I handle a bit of the transactional side of things and a bit of the hands-on work. He nods a little bit to that. But our Bali, our captain, is quite a not notorious. The word I'm looking for is talented dragonborn at the wheel, and I believe that the crew of the Argos is exactly what you're looking for. I just so happen to be the kind of person that they like to send out to chat up the bosses, so to speak.
What was the name of the captain again?
Bali. B-A-L-I.
So, if we make this contract with you, your crew would also be coming? You would be
That's
tending to the
partially
ship.
optional. I believe that some members of us would have to go simply because we are necessitated to keeping the ship's reputation and condition up to par. Probably myself and perhaps the captain, maybe the first mate, but the others would be, he wiggles his hand a little bit, up for debate.
She inhales and looks to Tori. Could you excuse yourself for a moment?
Oh, of course. I'll just grab some of the parchment, just looks at it, sees it's been run. I'll get started on this.
Thank you.
I'll be back in 10 minutes. 10 minutes good for you all? More?
She nods.
10 minutes,
Thank
okay.
you, thank you, Mr. Otari.
Not a problem, boss. Not a problem. He just quickly, walks out of the room. Before he does, he, rips off a bit of the parchment, writes something on it, and just sort of sticks it on the handle outside and just gently closes it.
Mev gestures to a seat for Arjun to take. Do you mind sitting?
Not at all. He takes the spot.
Yeah, she sits back down. How good are your people at keeping their mouths closed?
I'd say we are all practiced hands at that.
Insight.
Also insight. I'm inciting
Oh,
that as well.
4. Jeez. That
I'm
one's
insi-
bad.
I'm inciting that. Buff.
Okay.
Seems like there's no realm of error to that statement. He believes what he's just said.
Okay.
And how do you people feel about pirates?
Depends on who you ask. I don't believe any members of us are pirates, and some people have a different history than others, but I don't believe any of us are hostile.
All right. I said specifically that we are going towards Yent. In truth, we are making our way to the Isle of Moa, Mari Liberi.
I see.
I need to know if, well, your people could be trusted with such a thing. It's quite confidential information, and I am willing to... She looks to Aki just to make sure he backs her up. Willing to pay a price for you all to keep your mouth shut.
Indeed, a
does.
bit of encouragement, shall we say?
But I need to make sure that you are up for the job, that your people are up for it. If you simply do not want to do it, she shrugs. I understand.
Puts a hand on his chin for a moment, rubs his jaw. I'd say the fewer mouths that you would feel the need to shut, the better. I'd say that the offer I would make is for me and the captain specifically to come along, and for anyone else to be those that you find that I imagine would be pirates. But I do believe that the two of us would be perfectly understandable to and amenable with your terms, and that we could keep a professional outlook on the situation.
Just going to go ahead and insight that, and
Likewise.
I'm going to use my telepathy just to get surface thoughts.
Okie dokie.
He looks like he is quite honest about what he's stating and everything that he's getting into this. It's not like this is a lie detector or anything like that, but whatever
Yeah.
he's being sincere about, it's something that he's confident in. It's something that he's there's no doubt in his mind, but
Okay.
when you read his surface thoughts, you get a fair amount of. Does that get you like emotional state too, or literally just thoughts?
It gets me basically like whatever you're immediately thinking.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you have an emotional thought, sure, but if not, whatever.
You would probably get the thought of we need to make this work.
Okay, so he's a little desperate. He did say that like he needs this job.
Yeah.
Okay. Which makes sense considering the straits that his crew and his ship have been put under.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Keeping that information in mind because I'm sure that it will affect your asking price. How do you think that influences it? What number?
I'm going to defer to Tom on this one because I don't really know the the price
Yeah.
fluctuations, like what
Okay.
kind of like what would be a reasonable asking price for this, if not a little bit exacerbated. For
So
the
if
sake
it,
of literally starting somewhere that they're going to have to haggle down anyways.
so if you're not including the crew, if you're just including the ship, it's actually by itself, it's actually arguably cheaper because most of the costs come into ensuring the crew's paid a salary.
Yeah, the labor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Given your knowledge of the Algos, it's a relatively like it's a workhorse merchant ship. Just the ship itself, 0 crew and 0 supplies. You're looking at maybe 300 to 600 gold.
Okay.
Tom,
Yes,
can you spell the name of the ship?
Algos, Algos.
Oh, I thought it was Argos.
So did
No.
I.
I kept saying Argos. That was my mistake.
The Algos.
Yeah, I thought it was
I'm used
Argos,
to,
like the dog.
Jason and the Argonauts kind of Argos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what about with supplies and with crew?
So with crew, it depends on the like the length basically that you're hiring for about. I mean, I guess I can say like crew wise, the and Brad, you know this as well. Algos can have a maximum of 30 crew members, but requires a minimum of 15.
Yep.
Okay.
That obviously includes main roles as well, so like captain, navigator, yada yada yada.
So I'm guessing we're told this as it goes on.
Yeah,
Because I need to relay this back to Havelock.
yeah. Usually the price when it comes to crew, it depends on actually what you offer them. Typically, and Aki, you would kind of know this from your dealings, and Mev, you would just know this given your background. Usually, crew are offered a silver a day.
Okay, so that'd be like 30 silver max.
Yeah, 30 silver a day maximum, but if you run with
3 gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 3 gold a day, then times that by however long.
Let's say 90, that'd be 270.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm just doing like max pricing to see what it would absolutely like cost. Okay.
Yeah. And then for supplies, it basically depends on how much you want to fill the cargo hold with. The Algos can hold 100 tons total.
Let's say, I don't know how to word this, like, if we did enough to where, like, just people are content, not the maximum amount, but just like past scraping by.
Like in terms of food and such, yeah?
Yeah.
So for the amounts to not affect morale, that would be about 2 silver per person for 1 day's a meal.
Okay, so then that's 2. That's
Wait, so 2 silver a day in terms of like food.
Yes.
So that would be. Woo! That's expensive.
Yep.
That's expensive. That's the biggest thing on this list. Okay.
It's how it's done.
I'm just sorry, Brad. I'm just doing quick math. So give me a second.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. So I would say, barring the supplies, like I will estimate the supplies on this list.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say it's gonna come to about 7,000.
Oh God.
That's which kind of makes sense because like a ship itself just permanently is like 10,000, and that's a small ship.
Yeah, that's usually with that. It's like buying it fully equipped.
Yes. So that makes some sense, and technically we don't have to pay these people like. We can do like a monthly stipend kind of deal. We can draw it out.
Yeah.
So that's actually not terrible, but it is a big price. Okay.
The upfront price is terrifying, but
yes,
length of time wise, it's not that.
Length of time, it's not that bad. So yeah, she. I imagine as he's talking, he could actually like kind of see that Mev's doing the calculations. She clicks her tongue. About 7,000. All right. And that's
Virgin
with
nods,
crew.
And then glances to the side a bit and then says, if we could make that something like 7,100, I would like a small deposit that could support the members of my crew that would be staying here while we're gone, so that they wouldn't be necessarily starving if they couldn't find work in our absence.
Well, we did say that we would pay for your silence. I think adding on 100 or so is not a big ask, especially if there are people in need. What do you think, Chris?
I agree.
Yeah,
Especially
she nods.
Given that I trust that for the majority of your crew, this is their very livelihood, and by the nature of our dealings, we're taking it away from them. It would only be right to make sure that they can, keep a roof over their head and keep their families fed and that sort of thing.
They live on the sea. It's where they love, but they can be landlocked for a while and not go completely crazy. He smiles.
Right.
And if this goes a little longer than we anticipated, or if there is any sort of event, I'm sure that you know that things happen on the sea.
I'm aware.
Yar.
Simple enough, if things go longer, we will continue to pay the price. But if anything goes wrong, what exactly is your compensation, damage costs?
If we were just to plain lose the ship and somehow need to find our way back, that is something that would have to be properly negotiated later, simply because it's a good question whether or not we'll be alive by then. And he says,
Yeah,
I said so casually too.
yes, he's
But,
right.
I mean, I suppose, yes.
if you want a estimate, I would probably guess something to the effect of I think I'm guessing off of the
Mhm.
top of my head that like half of the ship's actual existing cost, like we said, a whole ship to own is like 10 grand.
Yeah,
Half of that would probably be like a good payment of like damages if like the ship goes to complete shit.
yeah,
It's basically like saying you got insurance.
yeah.
So he
Boat
basically
insurance.
says
Okay.
5,000.
Yeah, Mev nods like that. That makes a lot of sense to her. I think this is all pretty good price, especially spaced out.
Hmm. But would the crew and Arjun yourself, would you be all right with taking those sort of payments in installments?
Installments is fine as long as we can work out installments that are manageable.
All right.
If they were too small, then I would have to say no. If they were just right, nods to you.
Then what's just right to you? She smiles.
Installments of... He pauses.
She's still connected to his head, by the way.
You feel his numbers crunching right now.
Yeah.
And you actually notice that in his head, one of the first things he thinks of is, our crew won't be with us. We should make these small installments because it's just going to be me and the captain at the immediate situation. So he ends up saying 900 gold a month. How's that work?
That's very good. That's very reasonable.
Obviously, there will be a period of time after the 3-month wait is up that there will still be a large outstanding debt, but I am trusting you to be good for that debt.
Of course.
And Mev, you get the surface thought of, we have them by the balls if this whole secrecy thing is going on, so they would not be willing to stiff us on that debt, so he feels safe in saying that we can count on you to pay the debt after everything's said and done.
Yeah. Definitely Mev is just staring at him, giving him this very, it's a very friendly, warm smile as she, watches.
At around this point, Tori has returned, carrying a small sort of satchel, which you can hear the telltale. Aki, you can hear the telltale sound of jingling coins.
Yep.
Ah,
Here it is. I haven't finished the paperwork yet, boss, but Work on it. Speaking of working,
Mhm.
how is the discussion going? Anything that that I need to be involved in, or
We're getting
We've
somewhere
set
with
a
budget right now.
we've set an asking price. If you could get the paper for a proper contract.
yeah, sure. Heads over to the desk and pulls out some more parchment, just sort of like begins writing down. So is this going to be on the company's bill, or is it your own?
Mev connects to you, Aki.
Yes.
Obviously disconnects from Argent. That way I'm not talking in his head too and getting caught. You need to put it on the company. There's no way that we'll to afford this by ourselves. And
I know.
technically this is a Aventore business.
Technically, in the same way that that all of our business is Aventore business.
I'm just saying.
I mean, you heard how the struggles here. Adding another, how much was it in the end? 11,000.
You mean the price for the ship, or the full price for the ship is like 700, or not 700, 7,000.
Yeah. So,
No, but I thought there was talk about like insurance and stuff as well that added to it.
The insurance is 5,000 if things go wrong.
yeah. So to rent out the ship, it's 300 to 600. Then there's the cost of the crew. Then there's the cost of the crew's food. Then there's the cost of any like repair supplies or cannon.
And
stuff.
obviously, I'm just adding in crew because that's the price that we're going to pay for what Havelock's bringing in. At least traditionally. And so basically, they're asking for 900 a month, right? And if things go wrong, it's 1,000 as an insurance policy. That does not mean that we have to pay it.
And just to check, a platinum is 10 gold, right?
Yes.
Okay, Aki says, well, I suppose yes, but Aki says like, well, so if all goes wrong, my company, my family could possibly be footing the bill of over 10,000 gold.
It's not over 10,000. It's 5,000.
In addition to the cost it would already incur from hiring the boat in the first place.
Akrisk, how else are we going to pay this? I understand your predicament, but we literally do not have another choice.
I understand, but I was hoping that I have about 1,000 gold in personal funds.
Then you can use it as a down payment if that's what you want to do. Either way, it's going to have to be on the company.
All right, fine. I suppose that'll be an argument for if I ever make it home. But fine, let's put it on. Let's say the company's paying for it.
You hear a little click in your head of the same as like clicking your tongue, like irritants. I'm not sure what you expected, Krisk. It's not like I like asking for this. It's just we don't have a choice.
I know. It's just I was really hoping that essentially that the Aventores here would have a vessel that we could use entirely, and I may be able to get a much lower rate, or anyway, it's fine. Well, let's just yes, the family could foot the bill.
Perhaps you should bring up to your family that they should have a. It would probably, I mean, it would cost quite a bit in the short term, but it would save a lot in the long term.
Oh, what? Sorry.
Perhaps your family should buy some of the vessels. They should have something here. It would cost a lot in the short term, but save a lot in the long term.
True. I mean,
Seems
we
this
do.
place isn't being properly managed.
No. We do own we do own several vessels for Narzen and Saurian trade, but I suppose most of the funding has been funneled into home provinces rather than out to here.
So, something to keep in mind. But yes, she looks at Tori. You should say something. You look weird.
Well, I look weird.
You're sitting there in silence, staring into space.
Aren't you also doing the same?
I'm paying attention. I'm looking at you and them.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
no,
practiced. You hear some amusement.
yeah. I like to almost imagine like Aki's got like full glass-eyed, like a bit of spit like coming out of his lip.
Yup. Mess just looking expectant, like she's done this shit before.
Boss?
Yes.
Is it under your own payments, or is the inventory company funding this?
Oh, yes. I'm afraid it will come from the inventory company itself. Frankly, the whole operations in Portana and Port Ember and the whole of Karmora require probably a fair decent clip of investment anyway, and perhaps the payment for this transaction can be sort of hidden within that.
All right. So I was agreed. Weren't here, remember? So.
Right. Mev will go over the numbers.
When you go up to the 7 pounds, like, I've gone you first, Brad.
Arjun is currently writing something down on a sheet of paper of his own, but he's basically just marking down a rough and like slapdash kind of copy of everything that they've just discussed and confirmed, as well as a message to someone.
So you go over the amounts. When you get to the 7,000, it's like, whoa, hold on. The crew's going to be... How'd you get the 7,000?
She taps the, whatever he's working on, the paper. We are supplying our own crew. Could you actually put in asterisks there? That is what we will be doing. It's basically just to streamline the paperwork.
How much are you paying on that? It's going to cost 7,000. Gods above.
It's not technically the crew that is going to cost a lot, but the supply and food.
Ah, right. So when it comes to supply and food, might be able to get a few deals there. It depends on how good you are at haggling with them.
Are you particularly good at haggling?
I can try. You're certainly fine to try here. But when it comes to supplies, it's not... Supplies aren't from the crew, it's from the city.
Yeah. No, nuns.
But
I know a couple of places.
I'll write down the 7,000 just so we have a rough inkling of how much it's gonna cost, but needless to say, as a representative of the business, I would highly stress you find a way to get a better pricing than that. Because that cuts into profits, of course. Speaking of which, what do we...
Think of this as the absolute maximum amount. That's what this is.
Perfect. That will make my job so much more easier when it comes to explain to the accountants. And is this lump sum, payments, installments?
I believe we decided on 900 a month.
And that's going by including food, yeah? And supplies?
Yes.
How much of it wasn't including that?
That is a great question. Give me 1 second to look at my thing. So the base price is 900. And then obviously go 270. So, I mean, technically, this is. Oops, sorry. She calculates in her head. For the absolute minimum, it would be about 400. But he did
400.
ask
Yeah.
for the 900 in order for people to be better situated.
So we're offering double to be situated. Okay.
These are people in
Looks
dire
at,
straits.
No, I completely understand.
He looks over and just he scrutinizes Tori a little bit.
Didn't like that comment.
If that,
Yes.
if that was agreed, then I'm not going to disagree with the boss. So 900 a month it is.
I'm sure you understand we don't want to put these people out.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Indeed.
I was more asking with the 900 for, like, again, if you were including just the food, because obviously you might get a lower price if you're not including food there, because you eat food, you don't hold it like gold.
God, that's funny. Fucking. Yeah, Mev nods again. Maximum price.
Maximum price of 900. Hopeful price of 400.
I understand that this is hard for you.
It's fine. We've got, as I said, we've got some ships coming in the next couple of days. Arjun, I'm going to assume they're fine waiting a few days for the first payment.
We'll be fine.
Good to know. I will trust that you will try to cut down the supply prices while not removing quality. He's looking over at Arjun and Mev when he says that.
Mm-hmm.
Arjun looks at Tori and says, "My men that are remaining in the city, as Mevalier is supplying her own crew, they will be around for collection purposes, but if there is technical surplus, they can be trusted to, and I'm surprised to have to say this, literally returning some of your money."
I mean no disrespect when I say this, Arjun, but as a business, we do need to ensure that we don't go under. If we go under, you don't get your payment. I'm simply trying to find a way that works for all of us. We can work with this once we get our share of the profits from our current contracts, which are due to come in a few days. And that is fine. I don't need to put this in the contract, but if you have a representative that will be the one that takes the installments, then be sure to let us know before you leave. Last thing I want is a random person claiming they're part of the business and swindling you off of your cut of the money.
I see. All right, and he writes down a name for him and basically leaves it with him. He's like, "This is the individual that will be communicating with you from the Argos's remaining crew that are left behind for this excursion.
All right.
Anytime you need something, get a hold of them here. Ask for this person."
Okay. Just from Isaac, what's the name that you put down?
I didn't know whether or not you were going to be using certain things, so I think for the purposes of essentially like not having to redo a bunch of stuff, and for you to be able to hand wave some things, I was basically keeping it vague so that
Okay.
I was keeping it vague, but you can consider it the first mate, if anything.
Okay, got it.
Because he keeps saying that it's only going to be him and the captain on the ship, and then whoever Havelock pulls out.
Gotcha. Okay. Right. Okay. Good to know. He just sort of like puts a name and sort of like in a satchel to the side. Then here is the contract for the two of you. Three of you. Sorry, miss.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm often forgotten. It looks like she's fucking about.
Arjun glances between Aki and Mev, and then he rests on Mev, and he says, Mevalair, if there is a request I could make. Nothing to do with any further finances, but you said that you were supplying your own crew.
Yes.
Would you mind if I were to meet them before we were to set out? I want to be judging individual characters.
You are free to, but I would have to warn that who we are getting may not be the most favorite people.
I'm not so much concerned with savoriness as much as I am with, let me pauses, trustworthiness.
Fair
I'm a
enough.
good judge of character.
Are you now?
He nods. He doesn't go back on that statement at all. He looks confident.
All right. Fair enough. Where would you like to do this little assessment?
Anywhere that you intend to be meeting them. I suppose you already have intentions to be... Either you have someone lined up already, or you have meeting places already prepared. If you would simply provide me a place that I can meet all of you, I will be with you shortly. And he gestures to the note that he's holding in his hand. I'm got a runner that's going to be taking this back to the captain at the Argos. So,
Yeah.
if you would prefer to do it sooner than later, I could be with you right now.
I currently have a, she hand waves an associate of mine gathering the people for this. Probably won't be right away, but I can't tell you where we are staying.
Very well. And should I be calling upon you at this place that you're staying anytime, or would there be periods that I shouldn't be trying to gain access?
You are free to at any point. I will say that I myself will not be available this evening, but otherwise.
All right, I can work with that.
Yeah, she taps her fingers on the table, almost like seems a little mindless for her. Are you familiar with where the mermaid is?
Yes.
The mermaid, not the Mary mermaid.
Yes.
All right, then you know where we are staying. You are free to come at any point. If you want to come now, sure, but as I said, I am busy this evening.
I'll leave it to you to handle your evening. If I could get a hold of you tomorrow, that would be ideal.
Right. Where are you staying then?
At the Argos. And he tells you where that ship is currently docked in the harbor district.
Yeah, which dock is that, Tom?
It is this dock.
Ooh, you are close. You're close to the Zamahan guard. Okay.
Wait, where was it again?
Here.
Right here. Alright. Yep. Looks like Mev's making a mental note of that. Is there anything else that we should cover?
He looks up for a moment, seems to be thinking about it. In your mind, you get the like scrapings of essentially just whether or not she expects trouble. He's not sure whether or not this is like he's doing some mental gymnastics right now about whether or not Mevalaire's that this job that he's about to go on to is something that may or may not have significantly more danger than it sounds like it does because of the fact that she's pulling on her own pirate crew. She's going to the Mari Liberi.
Yeah.
But he shakes his head and he seems like he's confirmed for himself that he's like, it doesn't matter if that's the case or not, we'll make it work.
Okay. Yep.
Alright, so the three of you signed the contract, making the agreement official.
Yep.
Is there anything else that you wish to do, or is that everything there?
I think that's it.
Okie dokie. So, you thank Tori for his time. You collectively leave the trade house and head off on your separate ways. And so, because of that, because you've now officially rented the Algos, here's its stat block.
Yay!
And we will take a small 10-minute break, because we're roughly at the point where we take a break.
Hell yeah.
Longer today because of all the stuff to do, or
We'll see how people are at the end of it. I'm able to, but as I say, we'll see how people are.
yeah.
So with that though, let's continue onwards. So
We're going back to Havelock and Kindling.
yeah, unless either one of you three have anything that you want to do that you want to roleplay.
I mean, I have stuff I want to talk to Aki about, but I think right now, not too important.
Yeah.
Might do it after Havelock and Kindling stuff.
Yeah, mine too.
So.
Okay. What about you, Brad?
Nothing here.
Nothing here?
Nothing
Okay.
here.
Alrighty. So back to Kindling and Havelock. So, where are you taking them this time, Havelock?
I'm dragging this fucker towards this area. We're going for our second contact.
Alrighty. So, you know that your second contract sort of works in the various buildings in the Einhide Foundry, so it takes you a little bit, but eventually you find him sort of relaxing near an anvil while a sword's currently in the furnace being heated up. And as you sort of approach, he sort of like tilts his head. You see the gentleman has his hair sort of like in a net, but you know it usually goes to just below the shoulders. He's got a few like burn marks on his face from his time working at the various smitheries. Dull sort of like light dull blue eyes, and he's got sort of like a tattoo of a snake that sort of goes from his nose to just behind his right ear. And I sort of like approach. He's like, well, look who decided to show up.
Oh well, look who decides to be lazy.
Hey, I ain't lazy. If I could make this furnace hotter, I would.
Uh-huh. You could probably, but your ass is just sitting here, trying to tan.
You know, nice weather, and all that stuff. What about you?
Oh, I mean, my friend here, this is Kindling, by the way. Kindling, this is Sev.
Nice to meet you, Kinlan.
We're looking to get a crew. Not anything too big, just enough to work with a merchant ship.
Aye? Kind of crew we looking at here? We're looking at the, goody two-shoes or a little rough around the edges?
People who know to keep their mouths shut, but if you got any goody two-shoes that fit that, it'd probably work well.
Rough around the edges probably a bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright. What you looking at here? Like, just general crew, or you looking for some specialists?
We're looking for general crew. Give us one or two people that are particularly good with navigation, though.
A navigator, I know a few folk that, are here and around. How soon you need them?
Well, we got someone else looking. They offered us 2 days. Think you could beat that?
Maybe not the navigator. Regular crew? Could probably squeeze in a day. This evening, maybe. Depends on how many you're looking, but, could probably get you 10 by, this evening.
Make it 12 and we might have a deal.
Oh, you're busting my balls here, Locke, but I can try.
You still got balls. I thought you lost those 3 years ago in that accident.
So, like, he just gives you the middle finger. You notice he doesn't have a pinky finger on that hand. Nah, just lost this little guy, but I don't need it.
You never did need the smallest one.
Nah.
Alright.
How much are you willing to pay me for this, though?
How much you think you're worth?
If you ask me that, you won't be able to afford it. That's why I'm asking you.
I could get you at least a silver per person.
You are rushing me, though, Havelock. I know you'd make me compete against some other person, but, how about this? 1 silver, but if I get you a 12, it's 2.
See, you say I'm rushing you, but you're sitting here pretty relaxed. I think you got more than enough time on your hands.
Make a persuasion check.
Advantage because I have a fluffy companion.
Advantage because while you shit talk each other, you're on good terms.
Hooray. Persuasion 10.
How about 1 per person, but if I get that navigator for you, I want 5 silver for him.
You know what? Fuck it, that's fair.
Shake on it?
Havelock's gonna grab his hand and yank him up into a hug. Big ol' smack on the back.
Miss you too, buddy.
Just from my nose, what was the eventual deal?
What was that, Ed?
Just from my notes, what was the deal you guys got to?
Silver per person.
5 for the navigator.
There you go. Beautiful.
Right. Well, if I get you these folk, do you want me to run into you, or are you running into me on this one?
You can run him over to me. I'm gonna be over at the Mermaid for
Mermaid.
a while.
Right, right.
A good
Hey.
one, not the shitty one. You know exactly which one I'm talking about.
Boris still there?
Mm-hmm.
Good to know. Ain't been in there for a while. Normally at the Iron Tankard. Yeah, alright. I'll pop round this evening. Let you know how many I got.
Alright, stick around for a couple of drinks. I might put them on my tab.
We should catch up one point. Anyway, go on, Git. I've got work to do here, and they'll settle for me sitting. Don't know about chatting.
Alright. Just keep an eye on your work. Don't want to lose another finger.
Well, yeah, Havelock. He just sort of, like, sits down and just examines the sword that's in the furnace.
On our way back, Tom, I wanted to... Don't have to roleplay it, but in the shops, I wanted to, look for some place where I can get Havelock's eye patch repaired.
Okay. Yeah, so that would be the Timber Tannery. They do offer a repair service. They sort of like take a look. They see that the damage is only on the actual like strap, not the actual covering of it. They ask if you've got a particular like they can replace it with a new one, or they could just repair the one that's there.
I'd rather have it repaired.
Okay. It doesn't take too long, like maybe 5 minutes tops to repair the damage. Cheap too, because it's a simple enough repair job. Only costs you about 6 copper.
Alright. I will give them 7 copper.
Okie dokie. They take it and they hand you back your eye patch. You can see the stitching where it's been repaired, but beyond that, it's perfectly fine now.
Perfect. Alright, let's make our way back, Kindling, unless there's something you would like to do. Look for. We have some time. You want some time? Okay. Do you happen to know, like, how long you'll take? Alright. Stay safe, Kindling. Don't do anything too weird. And I'll head back inside.
Alright.
So,
Oh, covering Havelock. You can
wants some
just.
time outside. Just wants to punch a wall, like any white boy.
Oh my god.
Didn't get my turn.
Never
on
is, he
dogs.
does. I imagine that Mev and Aki are either back by now or heading back. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Tom,
although
Yeah.
where are we?
Yours takes a little bit longer than Havelock's, but
Okay, so we're like heading back.
yeah.
Alright. What were you saying, Ed?
Aki will sort of on the way back ask Mev and ask her just to check something. How long do you think we have left here in Port Honor?
At the rate that things are going, I imagine we're leaving day after tomorrow or day after that.
So I suppose we don't exactly have time to commission Havelock's birthday present, do we?
If you want to do that, you should have done it the moment we got in. You could always commission it now, and when we return, you can get it. It would likely take a while anyway.
I know. I'm just wondering if that's even the. I should be getting him something else, in addition, if I'm going to be missing his birthday.
You can just explain that you have something that you're getting made for him.
All right. Do you know of any gunsmiths? Anyone who does custom engraving and sort of artistic commissions?
Chris, you're the one from NASA.
You're the one from Karmora.
I'm saying that if anyone knows about guns, it's probably you.
I know. Do you know if there's any? But I'm asking you if there's anywhere in Port Honor that sells them and would be able.
Do I know of anyone? Because this is a niche thing. I wouldn't be surprised if the Aventore company themselves was the one that sold this.
The Ironhide Foundry does a few dealings when it comes to weaponry, being that they also work on cannons. They sort of branch out into it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Otherwise, I need to actually look at the list I've got here.
The Ironhide, the Hammer and Anvil.
Hammer and Anvil rarely is involved with that.
We've got the... Well, technically, this is all part of the Ironhide, but the cracked helmet, the gleaming grindstone, keen edge.
Yeah, so in general, one of the various shops in the Ironhide Foundry probably have some involvement. The one that you know would probably be Magnus Ironhide himself, given that he builds things like naval equipment and cannons.
Yeah, okay. To get that commissioned, you're probably looking at the Ironhide Foundry. The Ironhide itself, specifically.
All right. Well, we should probably get it checked in then, shouldn't we?
If you want to go do that, but I've got other things that I need to be doing today.
Right.
I
So, I suppose if you want to, you can just sort of point me in the direction of a foundry, and I can tend to it myself.
Right.
Unless this business, of course, you need to conduct, you would wish for me to be there.
No, I don't need you there. I'm just a little surprised, confused.
In what way?
You became a little weird last night. I mean, you've been weird, but last night when we were talking, when we were talking to everyone and Havelock speaking on his family, he mentioned that you couldn't handle some things, handle some of his history. And then you took that as a challenge. It seemed kind of like you aren't on good terms. I
With
mean,
who? Havelock.
you aren't, but yes. Suppose I'm wondering what that was about, and your general feelings. I mean, you're probably a pretty expensive gift for him, for someone that you have a problem with.
I'm just trying to do a certain amount of fence mending with this.
With the gift?
Yes.
Was that your intent yesterday?
And frankly, yesterday it was badly pitched, but it wasn't. I didn't intend for it to be something of a sort of let's have a competition of who has the most traumatic childhoods. I was trying to show that him and I have some common ground and some familiarities with our shared experience.
You don't. I'm going to tell you now that you don't. And that it's callous or ignorant to assume that you do. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but... And again, this is not a competition. I don't want it to ever become some fucked up competition. But I do not think whatever happened to you is the same depths what happened to Havelock.
I'm sure. Well, the snippets I heard, he sounds like he stepped fresh out of the nine hells.
Sometimes, in order to connect with someone, you have to admit that you don't understand certain things about them.
But
But
Isn't that a... Wouldn't that indicate some sort of failing on my part if I don't understand? Either I was not observant enough, or I didn't listen. I wasn't empathetic enough. I didn't have the depth of imagination to conceive of their possible context.
there is. How do I explain this? Um. Hmm. Say there is someone that cannot walk, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they cannot walk, do you give them a wheelchair of sorts? Do you put them on a box? What do you do? Do you tell them to walk?
But if they physically are unable to walk, what's the point of asking?
Just answer the question.
I would probably...
Don't complicate it.
I would probably give them the money to purchase a wheelchair or crutches or any kind of
So you
medical
would give them
treatment they may
something to
need.
help them move.
Yes.
What about you? Your legs work fine. Do you need a wheelchair?
No.
No. So, you don't need a wheelchair, but someone does. Do you put yourself in a wheelchair to relate to them?
No.
Exactly.
But I would try to think of a way of understanding what their condition, their day-to-day life would be, and how it would be different from mine.
You can't ever fully grasp that, though. You don't fully understand their struggles or the emotions that they go through. You don't know what it's like to lose your ability to move. And to pretend that you do, well, is foolish. The best you can do is essentially do what you did. Try to accommodate them. Accommodating and understanding are a little different.
But accommodating starts with understanding.
And there is a difference between understanding and understanding. You can understand that someone needs accommodations physically, but you can't understand their true feelings. That's something that no one can grasp but them. Do you get what I'm saying?
That it's stupid and ill-conceived to try to empathize and try to essentially... I'm confusing empathy and understanding with claiming that I fully understand every iota of one's existence when I clearly don't. I never can.
I suppose if that's how you want to put it, yes.
Well, how would you put it?
Like that, but more nicely. She smiles a little awkwardly. It is extremely foolish to try and pretend that you understand completely.
But then how can I show people or tell them or convince them that I care, that they're being seen and understood and heard?
Well, I've told you before to listen to them instead of speaking. You talk a lot. You don't actually listen to what people are saying. You assume that you understand everything about them, or you like to pretend to, and it makes you look like a jackass. Listening to someone and giving them what they need, saying, I don't understand, but I'm here for you, is sometimes the best thing to do.
But I don't see how physically just saying, I understand we're going through hell, but I'm standing here next to you while you do it. How does that actually make things better? How does that improve their life? How does that fix things?
You. This is kind of the problem with you. You say it, other people do it. You can use more than your words, you can use your action. You pretending to understand or saying, suddenly I am a changed man, I am not, I see the good in you, I'm no longer afraid of you. And actually being that is different. Maybe what you need to work on is actually being genuine.
But I have a reputation to uphold. I need to keep that in check and present the sort of figure that ought to be seen.
What exactly has your reputation brought you here?
Here, nothing.
What about back home?
Well, it's maintained my family's high esteem within Netherland society.
So it isn't your reputation, it's their reputation.
Exactly. So I don't. And I don't want to be the one that scuppers it.
You're not with your family, though. And you don't have a good reputation to maintain or fake here. She crosses her arms, stares at him.
I think the wider problem is I don't think I know how to be genuine. I don't know how to talk to people when it's not, presented through the prism of artifice of a nighttime ball or the dusty decorum of a business meeting. Or the frosty hypervigilance of a family meeting. That's it. I don't know how to talk to people when the clear intent and end and goal is there, whether it's gaining my favor, my father's favor, pleasing someone, presenting the best side of being an advocate for my family and their dealings. I don't know how to talk as a person, Medla. Only as an object, an avatar, if you will.
Then perhaps you need to start looking in yourself, figuring out actual things. The only way to be genuine is to know your actual feelings and opinions.
And what if they're appalling?
Cross that bridge when we come to it.
What if I make and what if it guides me towards mistakes and missteps?
Then we fix them as we come. Mistakes happen. People fall and trip. I mean...
And that's fine.
Of course it's fine.
Mistakes are fine.
Mistakes are fine. In fact, you have made a plethora of them.
I know, and thankfully the punishment has been somewhat light.
There's always going to be consequences. But sometimes you have to face them in order to get by.
All right.
She takes a deep breath. She's got this kind of exhausted look in her eyes with you. But she gestures up north once you guys hit kind of near the mermaid. If you keep following that path up, you will find a big kind of square of blacksmith shops. That's the Ironhide Foundry.
All right. Am I looking for any shop or smith in particular?
The Ironhide, specifically, you're looking for a dwarf named Magnus Ironhide.
Dwarf named Magnus Ironhide. Got it.
God, I hope he's a dwarf. It doesn't actually say on here,
He's a dwarf.
but that's a very dwarf name.
Yeah, he is a dwarf.
Very dwarf name, yeah.
And I take it he's the proprietor of the whole operation.
Yep. Don't piss him off. You'll get blacklisted from every smithery.
What pisses him off exactly?
She looks Aki up and down. Don't be racist.
All right. Anything else?
Don't cause trouble. Don't start the fight. General follow the laws.
All right. I won't cause a fuss then. I really do, to be fair.
That's my favorite pastime.
Yeah. Aki, yeah. So Aki will, Aki will go. Well, thank you, Mevela. I'll head there. I'll head there now. Give my best to Havelock and Kindling, and if Arjun shows up as well.
Right.
I'll be back soon as I can.
She nods, and I'll head into the mermaid. Hemlock's already there. Hi. Is Fur there?
No, she isn't.
Okay. Locke, how did things go?
Oh, things went great. We got 2 people gathering up a decent amount of crew. You didn't really give me specifics on how big the ship was gonna be, so I just said, like, merchant?
Not like I had a ship. Emphasis on had, and she's like grinning ear to ear. Goes in, puts her hands on the table where you are. We have a ship.
We have a ship.
Let me. Where is notes?
Oh god, we have a ship.
Yes. We've got the ship. It is a merchant ship of sorts. At least that's kind of what it's like. It's a palaka.
Okay.
And luckily, we won't need a lot. At minimum, we need about 15 crew. At max, 30.
That's fair. That's workable.
It's called the Algos. It's the the vessel that was attacked by the Third Fleet. Not the Third Fleet. Yes, that's the one that was stolen.
It's the ship that got the survivors from the one that was attacked by the stolen ship.
By the stolen ship. Okay. Yep. Yes, it was the one that sunk isn't the right word, but got fucked up.
Alright.
And man, if they're selling us this fucking shit for 900 a month, I hope so. It's what we've got besides the Bulldog, and the Bulldog's, fucking wrecked and what are using for other shit. We're going to have the captain, and I assume he's the quartermaster of sorts. He was the one that attended to business on there. His name is Arjun.
Would that name ring any bells for me, Tom?
Nope.
Cool.
And then the captain is Bali? I think that's the name he said. So, you've got your numbers. Hopefully that will help us figure out who is coming along. But 2 people, we should definitely be able to get at least 15.
Absolutely. At least.
Who'd you contact?
I contacted Bloody Lips first, obviously.
Alright, Bloods.
We also went to Skids. You remember Skids, right?
Vaguely, not the place I really attend.
Okay. Poor sucker lost a pinky recently, it looks like.
Doing what, did he tell you?
No, but knowing him, it was something stupid as fuck. Probably trying to impress some guy.
Alright. So, got the ship. We're working on the crew. Right, this Arjun guy wants to look over whatever crew we pick for their general trustworthiness. Yeah.
I'd ask if you want a drink, but apparently you've already had some. Have you good?
Sorry, little tongue-tied. Lots of math.
Oh,
Basically,
honey,
have
you
a
had to
fucking
do
abacus
now.
in my head.
Havelock's gonna cup her cheeks and like give her a little smooch on the forehead. The poor baby, she had to do math.
Ha ha ha. I bet that you'd be as fucking stressed as I am.
Yeah, math sucks ass.
She thinks for a minute. When are you going to meet these guys again?
Skits is bringing over people by tonight. Bloody Lips has at least 2 days.
At least 2 days. Alright. That's the general estimate I had. Do you need me with you?
I prefer it, Captain.
Oh no, you've already decided that?
What, did you want to leave me in charge?
I was debating on it. I mean, there is a captain on this ship, but we're obviously going to need some sort of person familiar with pirate law.
We could co-captain.
So you want to be first mate?
Yes. Come on, you know I'm not good to be like the full captain, right?
You certainly inspire something. I'm not sure if it's morale or fear. She smiles a little. We have to get to Olivia.
Can we at least have a drink first?
Sure, but we've got to go look for a bar. She orders a gin.
Havelock does the same.
Alrighty.
I'm thinking. Do you want to roleplay your stuff out, Ed?
How much time do we have?
Half an hour if we don't go over.
Okay, in that case, it's I don't mind not role playing it.
Do you want to?
Edward?
I'm thinking. No, it's fine.
You sure?
Yes. People have got more important things to do than just watch me RP with a blacksmith guy.
Edward, do you want to?
Fine.
Jesus. Okay. If that's the case, if you could do Ed, and then if we go over, we'll do Olivia's, or we can do the 0.5 that I was talking about.
Yeah, we'll see how things go. We've got
Yep.
we've got alternatives.
Okay.
Alrighty. So, Aki, you make your way over towards the Ironhide Foundry. You do need to ask a few times to get pointed in the right direction, and there is a bit of confusion initially from some people that you ask, because they start listing off a ton of different shops. But as you sort of reiterate the Ironhide, it's like, they're just like, oh yeah, no, it's just that way, yeah.
Okay.
Until eventually you you arrive at a collection of blacksmiths, all sort of in this large square. Sort of nestled behind them, you can see that there's several foundries which are sort of bellowing out smoke as they're worked through. And you see one that's sort of not in the center per se, but has sort of like a bigger presence than anything else. It is a solid brick building, maybe about 3 stories high. You can see there's a large chimney at the back. And a sort of what looks like a storage yard to the side, consisting of what looks like several anchors and a few cannons without their I forget what it's called, what it's on, like their trolley? I guess their trolley. There is a big sign sort of like bolted on, which says Ironhide Foundry.
Great. Aki will go up to the front door and have a look inside.
Okay. The main front door states employees only, but points you to a little side building. As you like step in, you can still hear, even from this distance, a sound of like hammers striking metal, and like the squeak of various pulleys and such. There is what looks to be a dwarf that's sitting behind the counter, just sort of like casually just picking at the counter itself, as there's no other people asking for a service. And it's sort of like, it's like, oh, right. Greetings, welcome to the Ironhide Foundry. How can I help you?
Right, yes. Are you taking artistic commissions at the moment?
Artistic in what way?
As in, if you could manufacture for me a weapon that will have certain patterns and designs on it.
Oh, right. What kind of weapon we talking here?
A pistol, a one-handed firearm.
Right. Good that you said that. If you said some involving word, I'd tell you no. Yeah, we can do that. What, do you have the pistol, or...?
I don't have a pistol, I'm afraid.
So I assume you want a pistol, too.
Yes, so I assume I'll be paying for the pistol and the artwork.
Aye.
Right. In that case, yes, I would like a standard pistol, ideally of Narzen design, if that's...
You're a Narzen lad, are you?
Yes, I know, I'm very far from home. Yes, well, it's not for me, it's for a dear friend, but still, I know that he tends to be sort of the Ansorian school and the Narzen school, and I think he'd be more preferable to the Narzen.
We sort of... pretty sure we got some books on Narzen firearms. We've sort of put our own twist on things, but if it's Narzen you want, I'm sure we can accommodate.
Right, thank you. And then once that's done, along the barrel, I'm thinking sort of swirled, coiled, what look essentially octopus tentacles along the barrel.
You got a particular, like, drawing of it, or is it artist's choice?
I suppose, artist's choice. So sort of, yes, yes, imagine sort of, yes, several, yes, tentacles sort of coiled around the barrel, ideally in silver inlay, I think. That's possible.
Alright.
What about ammo?
Ammunition. Tom, what would I know about knives and firearms?
That's typically the two main ingredients for it. Is usually like musket balls and black powder.
Yeah. So Aki says, yes, I fear I may need some ammunition as well, if that's able to be procured here.
We got some black powder. Can ask one of the other shops. Ammo, easy enough. Can just repurpose canister shot, I guess. How much of it though?
Um,
Because
let's say-
just a fair warning for you, lad. You're racking up quite a bill already.
I know. As I said, the friend is for is particularly dear.
Well, the firearm itself is going to take about 150 gold in.
That's fine.
And the ammo, usually we do it in batches. Batch of 20.
What, 20 bullets?
20 bullets, 4 gold per 20.
Okay,
Or if you
so
want to
let's
be
make
picky,
it-
1 gold per 5 bullets.
In that case, let's make it 60 bullets, I think.
60 bullets?
And you said you said something about wood.
Okay. We don't. Our specialty ain't with wood, it's with metals.
Right. Okay.
You're wanting fancy stuff on the handle of it, or
Yes, I would.
I'm pretty sure that the timber tannery won't mind us asking for their service.
I would like carved into the handle of the pistol. I would like a sort of. This might sound very strange, but I would like a sort of proud, strong-looking crab with holding its claws up to the sun.
Hey, it's your commission here, I ain't questioning.
My friend is an interesting fellow, just to put it mildly.
Again,
I promise you, this may sound strange to you, but I think you'll be tickled pink about it.
lad, I don't care how weird it is.
Right. Of course you don't. So, how much... All that involved, the ammunition, and then also the co-manufactory with the timber tannery. How much do you think that would run me?
150 for the pistol as is, plus 60 bullets, that's gonna be another 12, so 162, and then for all the fancy artful stuff, how's a gold added onto that, so 170 total.
On top of the 150.
Well, total is 170. That's for your pistol, your bullets, and your little art commission.
Right. And how long do you think it would take for all that to be made?
I mean, we've got a pistol already.
Oh, great. So how long did you say? A couple of days?
3 days, 4 days.
How much would it cost for you to make that pistol one of your main priorities here? I can round it up to 300 gold. I'm willing to do that.
You mean 200, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
200.
you mean 200, yeah?
I'll character. I do mean 200. Yeah.
If you make it 200, probably get it to you by tomorrow afternoon.
That sounds perfect. In that case, is platinum all right?
Aye.
All right, and Aki will slap down 20 platinum pieces.
So I just examines it, just pockets it. Right. Just walks over to the door, sort of like opens it, and just sort of yells out, Magnus! Aye! Priority order came through. You, got someone who can do it? Aye. You close it. It's like, right. Magnus is aware. Go back here tomorrow afternoon and, should be sorted. Bullets might take a little bit longer given prioritizing, you know, but...
Of course. Now fantastic. Well, I look forward to seeing the finished product. I expect nothing from the best. Nothing but the best.
Damn straight.
Yes, the Ironhide Foundry. The reputation precedes it.
I know.
All right. I'll leave you to the rest of your dealings. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. Take care.
Alright.
And Aki will head out to the foundry.
Okie dokie. Very quick, because thankfully they don't need to build the pistol.
Yes, Andy.
Figuring.
If they had to build the pistol, you'd be looking at like 5 days.
Yeah.
Banana,
Friggin'.
this bitch, and gun.
We're gonna win with the power of friendship.
Go ahead,
and this
Tom.
gun I found.
As you're about like 3/4 of the way through your drink, Fur does come back into the mermaid.
Oh, okay. Great, you're here. We were just about to come looking for you. How'd things go?
I may have forgotten that I didn't have any fishing gear, but what's his name? Cedric gave me one of his spare ones. Nice guy.
That's nice of him.
Yeah. Hammer Anvil didn't have any lances, but he's gonna get me one made. I've already paid for it.
Good. Are you ready to go?
It is I'll ever be.
Yeah, she knocks the rest of her drink back. To Havelock. Well.
Let's get the shit show on the road.
Oh, this could be really bad. Just the warning.
Like, I don't know that.
As prepared as I can be.
well,
Killing, yeah, I guess if Kinlan's back by now, then yeah, he sort of walks in around the same time.
Ah, Kindling. Hi. Bye.
Goodbye.
We'll be back later.
Be good. Hold down the fort for us.
Oh my god. Can't believe that's actually what happened. Roll d6 bludgeoning.
Does he take psychic damage for not thinking?
Oh my gosh.
Half a point of psychic damage to self.
Fucking.
Tom,
Yes?
what time would Aki be back from the Ironhide Foundry?
Nev and Havelock and Fur would probably be gone by the time you get back.
Okay.
Alright, so we're off to go see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz.
We're going on a trip in our favorite piece of shit.
I will warn, this is probably going to take like an hour at minimum. So, what do you guys think?
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
okay.
get a feeling for people here.
I mean, I always have an
I'm
hour
good to go.
spare after sessions.
I have nothing to do.
I have nothing to do other than feed my dogs. But
Okay, so we're good?
yeah,
Yeah, I think so.
if something, if it does come up, then we have to pause it. Then we have to pause it. But
Yep, okay. Alright, then we go to Olivia.
okie dokie.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Hmm?
Just before we do things, like they're probably in the Sicilian district when Mev does this.
Mhm.
She starts like taking off any jangly bits of jewelry. She undoes like her corset and everything, puts it in her bag. She looks Havelock up and down. Wanna give me your coat?
Oh, honey. He says, patting her shoulder. I'm just turning us invisible when we round a corner.
How the fuck are we going to talk to Olivia then?
Fur?
Could always ask if maybe we take the conversation up to her room if she's renting a room there.
See, she already knows what I was gonna say.
We can, but we don't want to add attention beforehand. And I'd rather Olivia saw me.
Alright. Alright, you can have my coat.
And the eye patch.
I'm not even wearing the eye patch, it's in my pocket.
He didn't put it back on yet with it fixed.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not when they're going into dangerous territory. He's not stupid.
Any substantial jewelry?
He sighs, taking off his necklaces, handing everything over to Mev.
Yeah. She adjusts like your clothes to look just a little bit more polished.
He's gonna quickly fluff up her hair, make it look a little bit cuter, more like young girlish, make her look as innocent as possible.
Wow. Fucking yeah, she does all that. She actually grabs your hair and like ties it up.
Am I too
Hi.
suspicious to sit down?
I'm sorry, what?
Am I too suspicious with it down? He asks.
I've noticed that most men here don't keep their hair down, and yours is fairly long. So, bun.
This can
And
be solved if they just buy 2 oranges and a bra.
Haha. She looks stiffer.
I'm going to assume that this place isn't particularly keen on pirates.
Nope. The owner is a big fucking snitch. If you do fucking anything here, you're going to get the guards called on you.
Okay, well, I'll keep stealth and distraction spells on hand just in case.
Yeah, she nods. She will head to the Merry Mermaid. I feel like... Does the owner actually, like, know us? Is he familiar with our faces, or...
No. Plus,
I
he,
was hoping not.
yeah, it's less of a like he like knows who's a pirate and who isn't, but like if he gets an inkling.
Yeah. Okay.
He's blindly giving us a vibe check.
Pretty much.
What an ass.
We're that's called profiling. This guy literally profiles.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah. So, Melville head in. Is Olivia up and about?
Yeah, she's up and about. She's not in the same like stall that she was in when Havelock came about, but she is sort of just reading a small a book while she's just sitting there.
Ah, Olivia. Melville head over.
Sure, like just waves you over.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Good to see you, all three of you, and it's nice to see you again, Havelock.
She didn't see Havelock. He was invisible.
Oh right, ignore that.
Yep.
I completely forgot about that.
Good to see you. Do you have a room up here?
What was it? Sorry.
Do you have a room here?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
She just makes a gesture like, can we go out?
Ah, right.
So it looks over just at the bar in general.
Yeah, sure.
What are they gonna do? Oh, you can't have people in your room. Please, I paid for it.
Yeah, Melville be led by Olivia upstairs.
Yeah. So the four of you head upstairs. Olivia opens the door to the room. It's a relatively nice room, not super spacious, but cozy. She like lets him through. She just goes like,
Find a seat if you can, I guess.
She goes ahead, and I imagine there's like a table here.
Yeah, it's a tiny one.
Yep. Melville, take a seat. So,
Olivia just goes to sit on the bed.
how's the... I don't know what to call it. The polymorph object going?
Which one are we talking here? The stopgap or the main one?
For now, the stopgap. I know the main one is going to take some time.
Well, the good news is that I've gotten all the materials that I need. She sort of rummages through a pouch and pulls out what looks to be a leather hand, and then like what looks to be like 2 metal blocks that she just places on it. So, I've enchanted the bracelet so that it will stretch and contract. The blocks, the bloodletter blocks here have been enchanted so that they will pull the blood from our friend with a limiter on so that they don't drain him dry. I just need to put them together. I then need to finalize the spells. Unfortunately, that's still going to take about a week or so. But then it'll be good to go. As for the polymorph one, admittedly, I haven't even started that yet.
That's fine. She taps the table, and I can't remember the fucking price. I think it was like something 500 for the stopgap.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Let me look at my sheet. Okay. So That's 50 platinum,
Yep.
right? For 500 gold?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Mev will set 50 plat on the table. God, that hurts. Oh my god, that hurts. Okay. Here's the payment for the stopgap. She looks like she has to lean away from it.
And the other part of the deal?
The other part of the deal was blood, right?
Yes.
Yep. She gets the bottles out, sets them on the table.
That is a lot. He was okay, right?
Yes, we limited it through several days.
Okay, good. No, I best as I could have been having conversation with him, but when you're limited to only 25 words a spell, it's a bit difficult.
Even speaking through him.
Of course.
Right.
He contacted me with the sending stone, which, by the way, I wish you would have at least told me you were going to lend him that.
I apologize. It was the best that we had to keep communication with him.
Oh, yes, it's fine, it's fine. No harm done at the end of the day. Just startling to hear a entirely different voice from the sending stone. I got a bit worried initially.
Everything is fine. Though some things have come up.
Right.
And I may need to ask you for another favor.
Very well, I'm listening.
We are going on these seas. Specifically, to go to my home. It's a small island. We can't exactly bring a giant dragon with us.
Yes, and given the nature of the spell, there is no way to keep him in that form for the duration of the journey.
Yes. We will be surrounded by strange people. The island itself is particularly small. Everyone knows each other. Word gathers around fast. Foreign cars need to be properly hosted somewhere.
And so you're hoping I might be able to arrange something, I assume?
Yes. You are the only other person aware of the circumstance.
So this isn't me refusing, but understand, Mev, that I am the Archmage of Lanarch. My duty is there in that city. I can't necessarily stay here for a incredibly long period of time, because otherwise I'd be accused of neglecting my duties. I could bring them with me back to Lanarch.
Right.
They can stay with me. I have an area around the back, which I suppose I could, with a bit of work, make it so that Kurz would be able to sneak in and change to and from his creature form. But I wouldn't be able to be here for... I mean, how long are you intending to be on the seas for?
At least 3 months, but I am intending for a more permanent housing for Fur. Obviously, you can take her back to Lenarch, or I was thinking that she might stay here in Port Honor. You would not have to stay here, more so find a place for her to be hosted. Fur can travel the coastline to Curse in the Cove. I know that as long as he is there, he will be comfortable and safe. It's just we're trying to find the best route.
Well, wouldn't the cove be best then?
Arguably, yes. If you feel that you can, as I say, host Fur here.
Olivia sort of like looks over to Fur. Well, little one? I mean, I can work with any one of them. If it's easier just staying at the cove, then I can stay at the cove, and this way, then if when the Talaria come back, maybe I'll be able to see. I don't know. Is where you're going to take you like near the cobbles or away from the cobbles?
She asking us that?
Yeah.
It's likely that we will be brought back here to Port Honor.
So like looks back at Olivia. You said you spoke to Kurz. Has he said anything in regards to like anything like that? There's discussions that need to be had, but I don't think he has anything set in stone. Would you be willing to, once we've done this, coming back to the cove with us so that we can make a decision there, and then that way you can be on your way and we can get our answer? I think that would be best, if I'm honest with you.
For it is likely that we're leaving in a few days. It's likely that we may not be there.
I get that.
Are you sure? You're okay handling this yourself.
Gotta stand on my own 2 feet at one point, don't I?
I just want to make sure.
I'll make sure that I'm still around to at least see you all off.
All right. Yeah, she nods. And frankly, this might make it a little easier for you to do research, Olivia. If they have the sending stone, they can keep in contact with you. Talk about any changes, developments.
If that's what you want to do with your sending stone, then I'm not going to say no. Just let me know if you pass it to somebody else, because otherwise I will get worried that something bad might have happened to you all.
I think for the time being, the Talaria personally won't be returning to the Cove for quite a while. It's best if it stays with Fur and Curse for the time being. Though I do intend to come back for it.
Okay, that's fine by me.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind, if you haven't spoken to him already, informing him of this intent.
I have a few spell slots remaining. Yes, I could advise him, so let me just make sure I have it all in order. So, Talaria, heading out to sea, will come back. Fur and I will meet at the cove when ready. I think that's about 25 words.
Sounds like all of the important parts, yes.
All right. It's just sort of like she clicks her fingers, her eyes sort of like sparkle with arcane energy. She relays the message to Kurz. There's a pause. He's getting better at trying to keep within 25 words, I'll give him that. He's saddened that he can't say goodbye, but will see you when you're back, and he's fine with the arrangements that we've made.
Yeah, she nods. There's a wash of sadness on her face at that. She really, it's clear that she does not want to leave Kurz. She nods.
I still have about 2 more casts, so if you want me to send anything else to Kurz, let me know.
Just Flutter will explain more when you guys get there, and to take care of himself. I'm going to miss him.
I'll be sure to tell him that. For now, though, I believe I think it's best to let him digest the current revelation. But he'll be fine, though. He's he should be fine.
I'd like to insight that is Kurz taking this not well?
So you're inciting, like, if Olivia's sort of, like, trying to cover up, or...
Yeah.
She seems to be honest. She sort of looks a bit sad herself. But she seems to be honest.
Okay. Just, man. This makes me sad. It feels like I'm leaving my child. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Then we have the stopgap properly paid for. Obviously, with the price of the polymorph, we can later. It's a stone.
We'll discuss that once we actually get to it. And given how much you've given me here, I am more than willing to cut down the price.
Thank goodness. Hopefully we'll come into some more money before I get back.
First speaks up here. Can I ask what you going to be doing with Cursed Blood? Mostly the same as what I was doing before that little incident in Lanarch. Beyond that, who knows? Could you find a way to make it so that Curse can be whatever distance from me without me getting the urge thing with that blood? Well, then I'd need your blood fur. That's fine with me. This... Curse told me about this. How much of a problem it is. Is this somehow related? First sort of like looks over to you, Mev, before looking back at Olivia. Look, if me and Kurz are connected, I accept that, but It's a problem. It puts everything at a threat. If at the very least I cannot have that urge, it means that Kurz can go off and be safe, or, you know, we don't need to play this dangerous game or have to hide because we have to be close to each other. I guess I just want at least that. Look, I'm no expert on your phenomenon. She sort of like looks down at the vials, looks at all three of you, and just sighs like, "Fine, fine. Jeez, Uncle Downtrodden Sudden, why don't you? I will look into it. I will look into it. But I'm only doing it because I like you all. And Kurz."
Thank you, Olivia. We really do appreciate all that you're doing.
Yes, I can tell. But I'm not going to lie, the goodwill is starting to be stretched. You may need to let it recharge a bit.
Come on. You know that we're good for resupplying it.
I suppose I do owe you, so yes.
She smiles and looks to Fur. Do you want to do the bloodletting now?
There's plenty of time for that.
She, Havelock, you feel that little click. And she, as Mev connects to you.
Hello? God? Is this you?
Fortunately not. Should I ask her about my stuff at this point? We're asking for a lot.
Do you want my honest answer, or do you... What are you looking for here, Mev?
A general gauge? I mean, I can wait.
I think you should. I don't think we should be asking for extra favors, especially not when it comes to what you've had going on. Particularly not when she just said that the goodwill is running low. That just makes me think it's not going to be as safe for you.
So you think I should hold off?
You didn't want to do this in the first place. You don't owe it to her.
Right.
I'll make a opinion of this.
You may. After all, it is pertaining to you too.
I'm curious at least to get an inkling on what's going on. Maybe not
So-
to the level that we want, but at least an idea.
So you want to ask her?
Yes.
Mev audibly gives like a huff, which is strange in the quietness of the room. She looks between all of them. Flutter, would you mind just going downstairs for a couple minutes?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll be where Olivia was before we came up here.
Right. Thank you.
She quickly leaves the room.
Olivia,
Yes?
I'm not asking for a favor. I'm asking for a consult. How much would that cost?
Hmm. In regards to what exactly?
You hear the tapping of Mev's nails, and she gets a little bit more nervous. In how do I explain it? In regards to my abilities, they've been growing and changing recently, and I need answers, or at least a direction to look.
What kind of questions are you asking?
She takes her hand away from the table and rubs her wrist, the bandages of where it was sliced into. Do you, I suppose let's start with this, and she will summon Valkyr to her side.
Hello.
Giving the familiar Mev. Hello. You know what exactly I am?
Oh,
Have you seen people like Valkyr and I before?
yes, but also no. There is a art of essentially making an echo of yourself. That's the yes part. The no part is, well, usually it takes the same form as yourself, as opposed to, in the case of Valkyr. But it's not a common thing.
Valkyr and I are two different people. The best word that I can use for it is soul tied.
Yeah, that's different from what I just said. The individuals are definitely the same person. Right, okay. So I suppose your question is, do I know what you are specifically?
It would certainly be a place to start and indicator on if you can even provide me the information I need.
He's gonna make intelligence check. Ooh, that's horrible. Understand, Mev, that my specialty's in blood, not this. But I... Am I okay to ask this question to Ferrant? I won't refer to you specifically, just your situation.
You may. Yes.
Very well. There's a flash again of arcane light just behind her eyes. Ferrant, could you tell me of a two-person soul-bound phenomenon? One of shadow, one of flesh. Similar to the Echo Fighters that we know of. There's a brief pause before she just sort of like nods to herself as she seems to receive the spell. Well, 25 words. That was quite thorough. Thank you, Ferrant. It relates to a certain breed of individuals that he's himself said that there's not a whole lot of study on it, but it's essentially a breed of individuals of past and present bound together.
Yeah. Nose sits up a little straighter. Right. Like she's hoping for more.
She's like holds up a finger just like to say like hold on. She sort of like blinks through time and says, right, well that's very helpful for Aunt. That's one location in all of Karmora. But I suppose it will help. I might need to ask more. She sort of like pauses, just sort of like gathers her thoughts. These individuals are rare, similar to the God's Blessed. There has been very few locations, with the main one seemingly from Arazar, but they have found individuals on the other continents. I assume they migrated there. She just like rolls her eyes and again holds up a finger. Yes, thank you, Ferrant. At this point, why not come visit and tell me everything? But that is very helpful. I might need to ask or look into it more. It is believed to be a odd form of magic, almost. It's not quite, but typically in our line of work, if we can't find the answer and it's not divine, we consider it a form of magic.
So you assume it's arcane?
No. That's why I said a form of magic. There's various kinds of magic around. There's divine magic, arcane magic. There is druidic magic. This is essentially, possibly, at least again, our initial reaction is magic. And once we extinguish magic, that's when we look elsewhere. But right now, it seems to follow a similar vein of magic, but not any of the main forms we're aware of.
Well, I can confirm with you that I come from Erazar. And magic-wise, I am... she tries to think of the word for it. Psychically inclined?
Okay, yes, that's... I mean, there's various avenues that that magic can go by. As I say, you've got divine, arcane, etc., etc., etc. But then, obviously, there's certain subsections of that. Like, I mean, I specialize in blood magic. My magic makes use of blood. Self-explanatory. Some make use of like physical things that they've got. The idea of some magic being used psionically. I mean, there are some spells that fall under that. So, you would say you have like an innate magical ability?
She thinks about this.
If you're not sure, I know a few non-invasive tests.
Well, my whole life I've been telepathic. I can read people's thoughts. I could hear what they're thinking all the time. And my powers have been changing and growing. I've found myself actually in people's subconscious. At least 2 people. I've recently been able to move things telekinetically. I'm not sure what else to expect.
Well, as I say, there's a few very quick, I say very quick, it's literally just a single test that can be done to see if it is somewhat magic focused. But what you're... The thing is with telepathy is it's not... It is rare, but it's not unheard of. There are various things that have innate telepathy. I'm going to quickly search up the name because I know I'm going...
Mind flayers.
No, not mind flayers. There is another race that speaks telepathically just by default. I remember what it's in. It's in the pirate document.
In the pirate document?
Yeah, it's one of the... There we go. There are individuals called Frikreen.
Ah, Frikreen, yep.
Mostly native to Arazar, but they have limited telepathy. So it's not necessarily... It's rare, but it's not... It's not unheard of. And of course, the biggest tale of all is, of course, mind flayers. But given your lack of tentacles, I don't believe you're one of them.
What about she looks to Havelock for this. What did I turn into? Havelock. Do you remember? Anna?
Anna?
Sorry, I didn't realize I had my mic down. Blinding practically a piece of the sun yourself. Hello?
That isn't exactly specific.
Well, I'm sorry, Mev. It's what I've got. I have no fucking idea what you went into.
She looks back at Olivia. I can't really remember this event, but I've been told about it to an extent. I hate that rhymed. Valkyra and I switched places at one point. And the thing is that I wasn't a shadow. I was, well, the way Havelock describes it, light itself.
See, there is magic to change your form, but if it's specifically about switching places but you don't look the same, I'm drawing a blank on that one, I'm afraid. Again, most of the time when it comes to mysteries, we attribute it to magic that we know, and then after that we have to find the answer. I can explain a lot of things with, it could be this part of magic, but having your form not match Valkyr's, that is a mystery.
So the simple answer is no fucking clue.
At least with that topic. I mean, I could be wrong with everything here. This is a bit of a wander into mystery, but I'm simply trying to lay some foundations that can be worked on.
Well, what about this test? What would it teach?
The test would simply be a way to see if it behaves akin to regular magic. It might not work for this, but if any of the powers that you are gaining are locked within the foundations of magic, going to be helpful to make use of it, because, by gods, the last thing you want is to have out-of-control magic. There are some people that are crazy enough and just let it happen. It's fun, until they turn into a plant pot.
Wild magic sorcerer. I could do this test if it'll at least get that basis.
Right. Well, she sort of rummages through her pack. Just to check, with your magic, I know you mentioned it did stuff brain-wise, but surrounding, physical-wise, has it done anything bad there?
Besides move things around and turn me into a ball of light? Not yet.
Fantastic. Good, good. She places down several things on the table. She puts down...
include mind scrambling Aki.
Yeah. She places down a tankard. She places down a scrap of parchment, and she puts down a candle, which she lights. Right, okay. So obviously it has been years since I've done this test. I'm not going to go through the whole thing because it's clear we don't have the time to. But essentially what I want you to do is I want you to try to do something magical to any of these items. You can just click the fingers and the flame changes to a sort of bright pink color before switching back. Change that, or damage the paper, or warp the tankard. Since you said you know you can move things, try to avoid that one.
So, do something outside of my usual, or attempt to.
Yes. What this test will do is we will be able to see if it involves something related to the foundation of magic. Because we can work with that, and while I can't get the answer, we can at least work to control it.
Okay.
Which I think you and I would both agree that even if we don't know the answer, keeping it controlled is going to be important.
Mev looks between them.
bit of advice I can give is to imagine what it is that you want to do with it, and then essentially look inside yourself to find almost like a... You know when you, like, have energy to swing your weapon around? You sort of... Okay, when you're starting out, you feel like energy here and there, and then as you get used to it, it's just a general thing.
Yes. Particular spots in my body.
Yes.
She looks for the word like a core.
Yeah, essentially. But whereas with your weapon it's physical, with this it's not necessarily mental, but within yourself. It sounds very corny, I'm aware, but it's the best analogy I can give.
Okay. She takes a breath and looks between the items as though she's kind of trying to figure out what to do. I'm unsure if I should make a check for this. I think I want. I think I know what I want to happen. So she looks between them, and her eyes set on the tankard. It starts to shake a little bit as she's concentrating on it, but quickly stops. It seems like she was the first instinct is to move it. But her fingers start to kind of twitch a little bit as she stares at this. Something itching in them. She leans over. She touches it. And she's going to do Word of Unmaking.
Okay. So you just touch it. You sort of like feeling the sort of like twitching, sort of like focus in on it. And you sort of like try to move it like up towards your finger. And then it just speeds up until eventually you feel it shoot into the tankard. There's a split second, then the tankard just shatters. There's a pause before you just hear Olivia just like clap excitedly, and sort of like she goes forward and just gives you a hug. I knew it.
Is that good?
That is good. That is good. Bit more violent than expected, but that might be the tankard, because she just taps the parchment, and it just sort of, almost like as if it burns away. Right, well, this is fantastic.
Ev looks a little confused. She's not sure what just happened. Olivia seems happy.
What you have done, Mevelair, is, in your own wonderful, different way, magic.
Uh-huh. What did I do?
Technically, it's a transmutation spell, but I'd argue it's more evocation. You destroyed the tankard. You unmade it, so to speak.
And that's magic. That's some sort of you said not arcane, but that's the best word I have for it.
As I keep saying, magic takes many forms, but at the end of the day, at the most foundational level, magic is magic. That any person can take a tankard and simply smash it on the ground and stomp on it with their feet. But it's the spellcasters, those with magic,
that can make it cease to be without having to put that physical energy in.
Okay, so I can use magic now. Where do we go from here?
The important part, I think, here is this. With your particular... Until we find the actual answer, we'll simply call it magic. I'm not saying it is, but for the ease of it, and for what we know right now, we'll call it magic. It's going to be about control. Thankfully...
Mev just looks confused and a little overwhelmed. She's listening.
Thankfully, with your magic, she gives the air quotes, I hope, if it follows the same foundations as any other kind of magic, that is simply, essentially, how you learn to control and improve on your weaponry skills. But just through that method, as opposed to, going through the motions.
Uh-huh.
Essentially, now that you've found this core that allows you to use your magic, you simply need to work with it, essentially. Give it a... I'm aware of what I'm saying, and it's one of those where it is far more easier to say than do. At the end of the day, you now know where that core is. As you get used to making use of it, eventually it will become natural and you will have control over it.
This calls back to a while ago when they were talking about this shit with Fur and the Mirag. Like a muscle?
That is a... That is a good analogy, yes.
So, I'm supposed to exercise it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, now that doesn't mean that you have to be casting spells this way and that way. Just make use of the core, move it around here and there. If it took you effort to simply do this, then we're at the perfect time to nurture it and have it and become accustomed to it. Or you could just simply ignore it and be like those crazy people, but don't come to me if you become a plant pot or turn blue.
I'm more worried about exploding again. Not, I suppose physically, but, whole ball of light thing.
Right, yes, that part. This is a shot in the dark. I'm very well aware of what I'm going to be saying here, but if your ability can follow the fundamentals of magic, then maybe your form can as well. Now, how on earth you nurture that or get used to it, I have no idea, Nemev. I am 100% honest with you. But I would at very least hope that we found a foundation here, a starting point. Because it's better to have a starting point on a misty road than simply not have a starting point to begin with.
Okay, so at least right now, I work on the core of my magic and hope for the best.
This sounds very dismissive, I'm aware of it, but... Welcome to how magic works, Mev. It's a bitch sometimes, but by gods, if you figure it out...
Right.
And you have friends to keep an eye out in case things go wrong. So he looks over to Havelock.
So you seems like Mev is going through a lot right now. While I'm gone, I know that you said that you aren't exactly an expert. Is there someone who might be more more familiar with this, more perhaps psionically? I know that you are talking to what was his name? I keep wanting to say Varant.
It's Ferrant.
Yeah, okay, it is Varant. Okay, you were talking to Varant. Is that better?
He knows a bit here and there, he made it into the Iron Accord simply due to his knowledge and his ability to teach. I'll ask him. I'll say something like it's something I'm looking into as a way to deal with Easleaf.
Right. Then you'll kind of be the middleman between us, I imagine.
Of course.
We can keep in contact via your sending.
Absolutely. It will probably take some time, especially trying to pry it from Ferrant's hands. But I'm rather curious as well, if I'm honest with you.
I imagine so. You seem pretty excited. I did say though that this is a consult. How much?
He sort of looks over at the tankard. If you pay for a new tankard, that's fine.
Olivia, I know I'm asking for a lot. You're being generous.
I know. And
I know I've put you out already.
But in return, I get to see, potentially, another escapade into the School of Magic, or at the very least, knowledge. You're forgetting that's the entire thing that the Iron Accord strives for. Knowledge of things. Mostly dangerous things in order to combat them, but knowledge is knowledge.
Of course. How much is the tankard?
I think it was about a silver.
Yeah, she'll put 2 silver down.
And even with these revelations, you still have your generosity. So I tucked it into a pouch.
It's one of the best things to keep. She stands up.
She sort of rests her hands on your shoulders and just looks at you. There is a genuine look of care and concern in her face.
Mev smiles at her.
Just be careful.
Thank you. I will be. I will be as careful as possible.
So just like gives you a pat on the shoulder and just steps back so that you can leave.
Yeah. Mev will head out with Havelock. She starts to head downstairs. Havelock, do you hear her say anything?
Nope. Havelock is following Mev.
Yep.
Mhm.
Mev will go get Fur.
All right. How's Mev looking?
She looks great. She's fine. At least, you know, as it stands, Mev looks like Mev. All right. Come on. We've got to head back to the mermaid. Unless you want to stay here, of course.
No, I'll come back to the mermaid.
You sure? Might find better fishing supplies.
Unfortunately, part of the deal of using Cedric's rod is that I had to give him the fish. I'll look around during the following days. It's fine. Unlike you, there's no rush for me at the moment.
All right. Mev will start to head back. Yeah.
I see. I guess if that's the case, unless there's anything anyone wants to do in the immediate, that's where we'll call it for this session.